Heyo, welcome all back to Control. It's me, your host, with, I don't know, maybe distinctly less swearing than you may or may not be used to with my video slash live stream slash whatever I got going on my channel. I don't know at this point. But yeah, man, I don't know. Do you mind if I start this video off by complaining a little bit? Because it's like, what's the deal with YouTube, man? And they're like policy on like what gets monetized and what doesn't get monetized. I know it's never a good idea to like actually question YouTube about it. To be like, hey, why do you guys monetize this but you don't monetize that? And their solution for that, rather than be like, oh yeah, you know what, we do apply the rules inconsistently and it doesn't really make much sense, we'll go ahead and try to be more transparent with why we do what we do, and allowing leeway and room for creators to express themselves as creators are wont to do. uh, but like, instead of doing that, because again, why would the huge corporation that is worth like millions, if not billions of dollars, actually, like, I don't know, have humans working for them and like doing things at the company? I mean, I assume there are humans, there are like physical people that work at YouTube, but it's like, I don't think any of that gets through the corporate glamour. I don't think anything can be like approved by like the board of reptilians, robots, and you know, all sorts of other various characters that proliferate and propagate the, you know, awful sort of system that we all live in. Cause yeah, it's like, I don't know, I do find it rather like fascinating, the way it works, and it doesn't make a lot of sense to me, you know, that like YouTube is the way it is, because like, they are a bit of a powerhouse, they are a bit of a conglomerate, and like, rather than, are you kidding me, are you kidding me, oh my god, PlayStation, oh my god, there's no worse console. Buy an Xbox, buy a PC, buy like a Nintendo Switch, buy like any other console that is not a PlayStation 5. I guarantee you, you will not suffer nearly as much grief and issues as I do using a PlayStation 5, man. Like, every day I regret my choice of going, you know what, the PS4 seems ostensibly better than the Xbox One. For one thing, it doesn't have a stupid name like the Xbox One, but for another thing, there's all these features that seem like they're pretty good in comparison to the Xbox, and plus you'll be able to play all the exclusive games. And I was a fool for ever thinking that the trouble was worth it. I would 100% be on Xbox, like, or a PC or anything else rather than a PlayStation 5, man. And I remember that every time there was stick drift in my $80 controller. $80. Pals, bros, sisses, palerinos, whoever may be listening, $80 for a controller that doesn't work, that doesn't function, that breaks, that has a bunch of unnecessary features that don't actually contribute anything. If, no offense, you're not a gimmick liker. If you love gimmicks, if you're like, oh yeah, gimmick me up, baby. I love the Wii. I love the Wii U. I love gimmicks, man. I love them. I love them. Forget about making a good console that works. I want gimmicks. Like, the PlayStation will make you do you know what in your little pants. And I'm not talking about wetting, alright? Maybe wetting in another way, huh? Am I right or am I right, gamers? I'm wrong. Obviously, I'm always wrong. I'm the one who is forever wrong and stupid and an idiot for expecting things to be, good, fair, balanced. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. What kind of universe do you think you live in? Do you think you live in a good one? Do you think you live in one with a God, a holy God, a awesome God that cares for you and what you think? No, no, no. No, no, no. No, no, no. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but if there is a God, they are a cruel and evil one. But thankfully, the reality more likely is that there is no God. So you only have not but your fellow man to blame, and yourself by extension. For are you not your fellow man, a fellow human, to be more specific? Because we do love to be very centric and focused on men, but men are some of the worst people to ever exist. And isn't that kind of neat? Isn't that um, just the way of the world? That is a reality that you have to come to grips, terms, and deal with in your life. Everyone does, no matter who you are. That doesn't make it right. That doesn't make it correct. That doesn't make it how it should be. Just is how it is. And it truly does suck at the end of the day. It truly is something that is just plain unfair. It's unfair. And one thing you always hate hearing as a kid, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, maybe when you were a kid you were like, yeah, that's a good excuse. Yeah, I like that. Thanks for telling me that, adult who gave birth to me, that chose to make me a living, breathing person. Thank you. Thank you for doing this to me. I really appreciate that, and I gotta say, I will love you for the rest of my life because, it's like you made me, therefore I must love you. The same relationship one must have with God, presumably, if you follow a particular religion or faith. Surely you must love God, because isn't life great? Isn't it perfect? Because if it's not, then maybe it's your fault. Maybe it's your fault that you have problems. Maybe it's your fault that the world isn't perfect. Maybe it's your fault that bad things happen to you and happen to other people as well, and there's nothing you can do about it. But I don't know though. I don't know. I don't know if it's okay to come out here and express your opinion in this day and age. I mean, for Christ's sakes, man, it's abhorrent. It's obscene to have an opinion, one that is your own, one that is not parroted from corporate talking points or approved by a board of pussies. It's just not right. It's not okay. It's unacceptable, to be quite frank. Like, how dare you? How dare you be a human and not a robot? Not something that is made to produce, to work, and to die as is needed by the corporation, by the machine, by the economy. Because that's what it's all about, huh? Huh? That's what it's all about. The made up thing. We made it up. Just like we made up God. Just like we made up life and meaning and purpose. We all made it up, but yet nonetheless we are tied, abided to, binded to, and must therefore abide by the rules that have been created by man. Not by God, not by the world, not by the universe, not by chaos, not by anything other than man. Man simply coming too close to the sun, burning not only himself but everyone else around him, dropping them into the ocean, dropping them onto land to suffer, to live, to struggle, to fight, and to ultimately fail. Because that's the whole point. They don't want you to succeed. They don't want you to be successful unless you are. And if you are, then your job is to keep those down. Keep those who would try, who would climb, who would clamber, who would do anything and everything to get to where you are. And you must keep them down. You must teach them the lesson that only the lucky, the cruel, the evil prosper in this cruel, evil world. That's how it works. That's how it's always worked, and it's how it will work, or so they have us believe, huh? Alright, anyway, that was fun. But yeah, how's everyone doing? I'm doing terrible, obviously. Obviously, I'm doing terrible. I'm not touching a single thing on my controller, man. Like, isn't it just awesome, man? Isn't it awesome that, like, you don't have to do anything? Like, if you sell something, you do not have to actually, like, provide anything, you know? Like, I'll tell you what you can provide. You can provide your blood, your sweat, your tears, your finite life. That's what you can provide. That's what value you hold. That's what other people think you hold. Anyway, I'm going to now toss my controller across the room, and that will either break it more or it will fix it, because nothing makes sense in this universe. Look at that. Fixed. Beautiful. Wonderful. You love to see it. Why did that actually kind of work? I don't like that that worked. I don't like that in a fit of like baby rage and gamer anger. I threw my controller across the room and that proceeded to make it function more than it previously was. I I don't understand technology, man. But technology seems to understand me. It seems to know and understand how best to torment me, how to make me feel little, small, insignificant, which of course I am all these things and more, but, you know, I like to pretend that I'm not. I like to feel sometimes that I am not this, that I am not meaningless, that I am not purposeless, that I am not nothing. But ultimately, at the end of the day, I am reminded that I am, that I always will be, that nothing I do, nothing I could ever possibly do will ever save me from this pit that I have made all on my own. A pit that has been there before I was alive, but yet nonetheless I dug myself deeper and deeper into, because what else is there to do? You can't climb out. You can't get help. Get friends, get a rope, get anything and everything to possibly give you the advantage, and it will do nothing. It will only disappoint. It is the hope that kills you. It is the hope that keeps you going, that keeps you alive, that keeps you wanting more, wanting better, wanting to see the light, but you will only end up further and further into the dark if you're a pessimistic little bitch like me. Alright, well then, let's continue on. But yeah, I'm actually like legit like a little surprised, because like the whole reason why I think my controller was like not working as well as it does is because, you know, of course Sony literally does not care. Like they genuinely hate you. They hate me. They hate everything and everyone that could possibly, you know, like, I don't know, give them money for like a product that they pay for. Like it's insane. I've never like understood this contempt that you have for the customer. Now, of course, I don't think you should have complete deference. I don't think you should have some undying, unwavering loyalty to the person that gives you money. By no means do I believe that. But yet, nonetheless, if somebody pays for something, then that thing they paid for must be provided. If not, then what have they paid for? How is that fair? How is that proper? I'm actually so mad that that worked. That really did fix my controller, at least momentarily. Like, I'm so angry about it. I can't even begin to express to you how mad I am. Because, like, what happened before I even started streaming, I opened up Control, and then my controller proceeded to fall out of my hands and onto the ground. And I was like, oh, great, whatever. And then I went to go use the restroom, as one does, as a human does. And then, as I was, after I got back from that, I was just like, okay, let's start it up. And then it wasn't working, and then I literally threw it across the room. Like, no joke, that is what I did. I just threw my controller across the room, and it started working perfectly fine. Like, to be fair, I didn't toss it that hard. I didn't toss it with the intention to break it, but I did toss it with the intention of expressing my frustration and probably making my problem worse than it already was in some effort to, like, justify my irrational, overwhelming anger that I feel at, like, you know, again, not a big deal or anything, but $70 that it's like, it was good. It was good for a while, you know, but it's like, I don't know, man. Alright. Damn, why am I so loud? Oh, it's because my volume's up high. Well, cheers. What the fuck is happening? Oh, there's a chair. game, you need to, like, actually, like, provide the locations that you allegedly claim to, like, have in the game. Like, you need to do better with your maps. Like, it is inexcusable that this game came out when it did, and the maps are, like, just a utter, complete, like, crapshoot. You know something that is good, though? Jacob Geller. Shout out to that guy. This is my friend now. That is actually really cute. I don't even know how this happened. I was looking down at my phone watching a Jacob Geller video. He's playing a lot of games. I find it funny that you can't jump in the elevator. No, my friend! No, my constant compatriot! How could you do this to me, Control? Give me a friend only to take them away? Snatch them? Oh, Slitterhead is number 9. I will say, Jacob Geller is talking about Slitterhead, and he mentioned that the game takes place in Kowloon, and honestly, I really like Kowloon, but I like Kowloon specifically from the manga, I believe, Kowloon Generic Romance. It is by far my favorite manga of all time. Like, I have read nothing better, and I've read some pretty good stuff. Like Chainsaw Man is pretty great. I've been keeping up with that. Read the last 2 chapters that came out for it. Like 184 and 185, I think, is what it's on, but I'm not too sure now. But yeah. Ah. Number 8 is Shadow of the Erdtree. Dude, I wish I liked Elden Ring as much as I love Bloodborne. I really do. Like, I quite like Dark Souls 3. And I think that's maybe a bit of a problem for me, is that Dark Souls 3 was the most Bloodborne-like Dark Souls. And, like, I thought it was pretty good, but, like, it does not compare to Bloodborne. Like, nothing compares to Bloodborne. Bloodborne is singularly the best fucking game on the PlayStation. Like, as much as I gripe and I complain and I bitch and moan and whine and dine talking about the PlayStation and all the various problems I have with it, Bloodborne was certainly worth that. Bloodborne means a lot to me. Bloodborne might mean more to me than any other game I have ever played. You know, not that there aren't better games or games that haven't had like more emotional resonance from me. It's like I don't think I ever played, or I don't ever think I cried playing Bloodborne, but nonetheless, it still has more emotional weight than something that like has made me cry. Say like The Last of Us Part 2. The Last of Us Part 2 makes me cry a lot. And I don't know. I like crying. I like something that can make me cry, but that doesn't just like make me cry in a way that like, you know, where you're overwhelmed by emotion and you're upset. Like it's like a sad, like thoughtful cry. I feel like that's a lot of what The Last of Us provides, is a lot of like thoughtful crying, which I enjoy a lot more than like you know, overwhelming emotional, uh, like I don't know how I would feel when I used to cry when I was like a kid. You know, like I cry much differently as an adult than I do as a kid. You know. I probably gotta play the Yakuza games at some point. Which I don't know, isn't that kind of interesting that like if like I'm just talking to you in casual conversation and I bring up the Yakuza, I'll pronounce it Yakuza, but like the Yakuza games are said Yakuza, and it's like is Yakuza meant to be Yakuza the whole time, and I just say Yakuza because I'm like an American? Hmm. Hmm? Ooh. Jacob Geller's never played a Persona game? That's funny. Also, number 5 game of the year, Metaphor ReFantazio. Number 7, Yakuza Like a Dragon. I don't mean to be spoiling Jacob Geller's list. I'm just listening to this video in the background as I'm playing Control right now, and I cannot help but discuss it. But yeah, number 6 was Mouthwashing, which I think is a great game. One I will probably never play because A, I've had everything for it spoiled for me on TikTok, which doesn't necessarily take away from it, but the more pressing matter is that I don't play games on PC. I play things on a console. Because again, in spite of my many complaints and my many issues with consoles, I still love them. I love a console, man. I think I am a console gamer until the day I die. Like, I just enjoy a console. I don't need, like, anything else in a console other than for it to play games, you know? It's like why I don't feel the need to invest in a PC is that, like, I'm sure a PC is great and awesome and amazing and can provide a whole lot more for you than a console, but I, the simple man, need nothing but a console. Oh, hell yeah, it's America Overnight.
Thanks for staying with us. Here's our first caller.
What I'm about to tell you, they found out. I don't know what would happen.
If who found out, brother?
The men in the suits. They told me there's an industrial accident, but this is something else. Something nobody talks about. Ordinary.
This certainly doesn't sound very ordinary, caller.
No, not ordinary. Ordinary. It's a town. And it wasn't an industrial accident. I mean, that's what they said. That's bullshit.
Whoa, please watch the language, caller. It may be 2 a.m., but we're still a family show.
I'm sorry. It's just, my brother was there. They said the town was destroyed, but it wasn't. I went there. The people are gone, but the town's there. It's still there.
So the population of an entire town disappears, yet the town remains. Tell me, was the phrase, "there is no salvation" written anywhere?
I'm not sure.
The same thing happened in Brazil in 23, a village called Flor Verde. More than 600 people just up and left. The government said they were fleeing guerrilla forces, but we know the truth. A mass abduction, as predicted by my regular guest, Dr. Quincy Reagan.
Abduction? You mean aliens? That's bullshit! I know they're lying!
Now I warned you about the language, caller. I'm afraid we're gonna have to cut you off. And good timing, too. It's time for a short break. Hang in there. America Overnight will be right back.
By the way, what's like America Overnight specifically parodying? Because like all I can think of is This American Life because it's a podcast with American in the name. But like surely it's actually like parodying something else. I don't know, it feels almost like Alex Jonesy in a way. In the way like crazy people call in and then the host like kind of deflects to bring their own points across, but like I don't think it's a direct reference, you know? If you want a video game with a direct reference and parody of Alex Jones, play the Spider-Man games and listen to J. Jonah Jameson's podcast. Because, like, I could not help, as somebody that religiously listens to Knowledge Fight, and don't get confused now, Knowledge Fight is not InfoWars, it is the antithesis to InfoWars. It is two comedians, Dan and Jordan. The kind of initial premise of the show is that Dan has listened to a whole lot of Alex Jones, and Jordan has listened to no Alex Jones. And so what the show is Dan getting clips from Alex Jones's show, playing them for Jordan, and then like going through the actual like real facts and the info and like where Alex Jones is pulling all this conspiracy bullshit from, and actually like debunking and tackling the subjects that Alex Jones is like taking. It's like, I don't know, it's an amazing podcast. I would highly recommend listening to it, but you know, be forewarned, it is a podcast about Alex Jones, so it does almost intrinsically suck in a way where it's like, I don't know, as somebody who binged like the first 100 episodes, like I think my very first time listening to Knowledge Fight was when I was working as a delivery driver and like driving around from from the restaurant to various houses. I would listen to Knowledge Fight, and I remember listening to it, and I loved it so much. Like the first episode is truly something that's great, and there's like so much like iconic moments from that like work its way into the show and like a part of like the mythos that surrounds it almost, but like it's not mythos, it's all fact. It's all like two guys going through and like talking about the shit that Alex Jones talks about, and it's really interesting. But like J. Jonah Jameson in like the Spider-Man games, and I think also in Spider-Man Three-Way or No Way Home or whatever it is, the one where like three Peter Parkers show off to jerk off on screen together, which, you know, real fan servicey, and I don't mind for certain. But I'm talking metaphorically, YouTube. Please don't demonetize this video like you demonetized my last Control live stream. For what reason? I don't know, man. I really don't know. I could not tell you why. Like it was weird too, because like it wasn't initially demonetized when I was like, hey, make this live stream monetized, because like that's something I do. If you watch any of my shit live, like you will see no ads. There are no ads on this unless they're functionality, because I play on console. You know, I'm streaming this on a PS5. When I'm bitching about my PlayStation 5 controller, I'm using a PlayStation 5 controller to play on a PlayStation 5. Anyway, I've said PlayStation 5 so many times it has no meaning. PlayStation 5? No, that's not real. No, it's not real. I don't believe it. I don't buy it. But I did buy it for $500 fucking dollars. Can you believe that? Ugh. But yeah, anyway, really good podcast. But yeah, I think America Overnight, like, I don't know, it probably is like a parody of like something specific that like I just don't quite know, but that's the two things I can relate it to are This American Life and like conspiracy call-in shows, i.e. the one I'm most familiar with, the Alex Jones show, i.e. InfoWars, which he no longer owns because, you know, he defamed the poor families of the Sandy Hook victims. Oh yeah, and also, while I'm like sitting here talking and blabbing about like annoying stuff that YouTube does, is that like I really hate the like the disclaimer that's on like anything discussing anything. It's like, oh, sorry, did you say the word election? Did you know that Donald Trump won the election and the Associated Press has called the election for Donald Trump? Like, yes, I know. I'm not a fucking asshole. Piss off. It's like, it's like, here's the thing. I don't mind corporate entities being accountable and trying to do the right thing and trying to press out the truth, but like, it's not that, obviously. It's like, it is that, but it's like, it's not at the same time, right? It's just like them kind of being pricks. Because like, one of my control videos, if you click on it, let's see, which one is it? Because, I'll let you know in case you want to go check it out for like a minute or two and then be like, wow, why does this have so many ads on it? And it's because I don't control the ads. I wish I did. But yeah, Rocky Control. If you look at Rocky Control, the live stream on my channel, and you click on it, it will have like a little thing about climate change, which, by the way, the rant I did that like got this little thing that's like, hey, did you know climate change is a real thing by the UN? It's like, yeah, obviously. That's what I fucking said. Like, my whole point in bringing up climate change was that I was talking about like the sort of like fallibility of human knowledge, of the fact that like it's hard to ever predict the future and to know the future because of the chaos that we currently reside in. Like I don't know, the way I kind of relate to it and think about it is via the weather. Like you cannot know the weather. You can like roughly estimate and predict the weather, but you cannot know for certain how the weather is going to be because you cannot track every single individual atom and particle that is within the world, within the atmosphere, within the air, and like, yeah, add all those numbers up to figure out what exactly is going to happen, like how they will bounce off each other, how they will connect, how they will separate, how everything will work out. Like you cannot fully predict that. You can like predict a general thing like, oh, there's a cold front coming in. And like my example I used was that like, you know, climate change is real, you know? It's like it's something that we know is happening, and it is something that is observable because science is real. And then it's like I feel like YouTube, because it's run by fucking AIs rather than like real humans with like human qualities and bodies and brains and all the stuff that humans typically have. It's like it can't differentiate. It can't like see the difference. And it's like, I don't know. I just thought it was like weird because it's like, YouTube, are you thinking I'm spreading like fucking conspiracy theories? Because I'm not. I'm doing the opposite, man. I am anti-conspiracy, man. Like it's not a conspiracy that like the fucking rich want power and they want to like proliferate their existence and like make other people scared. Like take a look at how people have responded to like some guy shooting another guy. Like people are like all about this dude. And honestly, it's like, I don't know. I think it's partly funny and partly interesting because of course the guy is based. Like I think that's undeniable, irregardless if you're like, I don't think you should shoot people in the streets of New York. It's like, yeah, obviously you should not shoot people in the streets of New York, but to like shoot like an evil CEO of an evil like healthcare, like the United CEO or the United Healthcare CEO or whatever, to like shoot that guy and then like leave behind like a bag of Monopoly money. It's so fucking funny. Like it's hilarious. And then just to like put words on the bullets you use to kill a guy, where you have like deny, defend, depose, and then like you have like the police like complimenting this dude, like, oh, this guy was a pro shooter, this guy knew how to shoot a fucking gun, his gun jammed and he unjammed it and he continued to shoot this fucking guy. Like it is unfathomably based. Like I will never be that based in my entire life because I'll never kill a person, you know? But I'm not saying being based is necessarily a good thing. But you know, it's like, I don't know. I think you want to watch a great video about it. Watch J-Reg's video about it. J-Regular, J-Rag, Dreg, however you wish to say his name. He's kind of postmodernist, and that's almost kind of what I like about him. But he made a video about it that was like really funny. So he's like talking about like a previous video he did where Donald Trump had the attempted assassination on him, and he was like, assassinations are so back, and then he like started talking about how assassinations are so good and awesome and like based, and then like it's like, but if you had watched the video and seen the fact that I had said satire at some point during it, and like when I was talking about this part and I was saying these things, I had a big old satire alert over the video, you will have known that I was being satirical and I wasn't being serious. Wink, nudge, nudge, wink. Me express political opinions, political extremism, online? Never. I would never do that. I would say that other people do that, and those people are really great, and a lot of women want to fuck them when they do it, you know? I mean, you know, I'm just saying, if you are one of those incel types and you're looking to catch some slash. Look, listen, if you want to be knee deep in gash, I mean, you know, it seems like there's a way to do that. But we like to have fun here, folks. But at the end of the day, what we'd love to do is follow the law. Because the law is always righteous, man. And I love licking boots. I love it, man. It's my favorite pastime. Every time I see a cop, I go, "Thank you, sir. Thank you for your service of murdering dogs and innocent people. May I suck your cock, sir? Please allow me to do this favor to you, my protector, my hero, my savior, my Jesus Christ made flesh into man." Hi, I'm Postmodern Lemon. I'm actually, my real name is Liam last name, and, you know, I'm here to tell you that I play a character on these live streams, that I will sometimes exaggerate points of view and opinions that I may or may not have, and I may express things that I may or may not believe. You have to decide what you take away from this live stream, not be a little prick bitch about it. Unlike the fuckers over at YouTube. Whoa, hey, whoa, is that 3 swears in a row, buddy? Listen, pal, you're not going to be able to make 3 cents off of this because of people accidentally clicking on your video, thinking it will be good content. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you defile and demean and debauch the sacred platform known as YouTube that believes in God, Christ, whatever the fuck else you believe in, whatever the corporations want, because we are loyal. We do not worship the God that was made by our ancestors. We worship the God of money, of rich, of fame, of fortune, for that is the only thing that matters, for that is the only thing that brings life, joy to our soulless voids that we have within ourselves, for there is no soul, no human soul contained within a corporation. No, no, no. All we have is greed, want, and the desire to have more, to multiply, to proliferate, to continue to take over everything and anything, as the white man has done for centuries on end. Sorry, I'm getting hit by cancer rays for having an opinion. Oh, man. Alright, enjoy this.
There is a curious correlation with the yet unknowable forces intruding upon our world, in the form of altered world events. These forces gravitate toward archetypal objects, a gun, a television, a supposedly haunted house. So clearly humanity affects this process. Our collective unconscious is a map of sorts. We hold the key, but we don't know how to use it. We create these archetypes through everyday life, popular culture, urban legends, but we are observing and influencing a complicated system in action. We can change the likelihood of something being a receptacle for these forces just by thinking about it. But we haven't found a method to control the outcome. And yet, there's something unique in us, in our dreams, in the conceptual reality with power with our minds. What's the cause and what's the effect? Are we the starting point or just a necessary evil in this? A byproduct, a reflection, a projection? We'll struggle to find the answers to these hard questions. Or do I try?
Fuck you, Spider-Man! I'm the boat you rode in on! So we can rule this city, or we can just fight to the death. Alright, so anyway, what's the next game in Jacob Geller's top 10 list? Number 4 is Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. Interesting.
Annual evaluation of Dylan Faden, formerly P6, performed by Dr. Carla Vaughn. The questions asked here correspond
Formerly
to the fifth
P6?
edition
So he's
of
no
the
longer like in
psychological
running for the
assessment.
candidate of director?
Are you ready, Dylan? Let's begin then. In a single word, describe the world around you.
Where's Casper?
Dr. Darling is out of the building today.
He's never out. He didn't want to come, did he? He never visits, not since Roberts. Tell Darling it wasn't my fault. I couldn't control it yet, but I can now. I learned. Will you tell him?
In a single word, describe the world around you.
A prison. A cold, empty prison. Not even a poster on the wall.
What is the next number in the sequence 3, 6, 9, 12, 15?
18.
What day is it today?
How the hell would I know? It's not like you give me a calendar.
You find a rabbit in the woods. It is breathing, but not moving. You cannot see any blood. What do you do?
Leave it.
Expand on that.
It doesn't matter. The rabbit's not real. None of it's real.
What day is it today?
Do you enjoy asking people questions that can't be answered? Is this what gets you up in the morning? What you dreamed of doing as a scared, stupid little girl?
Can you describe a dog to me?
In Ordinary, we had a friend. Nosebleed Neil. And when it all went crazy, you know what I mean. Nosebleed Neil turned into a dog. Or something like a dog.
What day is it tomorrow?
Fuck off! I don't know! There is no calendar! How can I fucking know?
Dylan, calm down.
Fuck you! Fuck
Yeah,
you!
no, fuck you.
Hey, are you watching this, you old fuck? Did you send your bitch because you're too scared of me? Where is Casper?
Security, get a team in here. I need...
Oh. I don't know, I will say that is a really, like, great thing about Remedy that, like, you don't necessarily, like, pick up on if it's your first time playing, or it's, like, your first time, like, going through the game, is that, like, their games are rated M, but their games are rated M in a way where they are, like, restrained with, like, when and how they get fucked up, you know? Is that, like, I don't know, I remember I was, oh, and I think number 3 on Jacob Geller's list is Nine Souls, which seems like it's a good game, but I have, I think it's coming out on the PlayStation 5. Like, I don't think it's out yet, so I unfortunately do not have the ability to play it, but it might be good. But I don't know, I might, like, I don't know, at some point I gotta play through Hollow Knight, don't I? Like, I feel like that would be kind of fun. But yeah, anyway, I was listening to, like, Jacob Geller, Blake Hester, and then somebody else. There was, like, a guest on, and I don't remember his name. But they had, like, a spoiler cast for Alan Wake 2, and it was, like, I don't know, it was really interesting to listen to, because, like, I don't know, again, they discussed how, like, Alan Wake 2 is very restrained. Like, the game is rated M, but, like, a lot of the combat, it's like, this feels like a T-rated game. But then it's like, because it is restrained in its violence and its presentation, that is able to surprise and shock you when it does get rated M, you know? Because, like, that is something I actually very personally dislike in, like, streaming services sometimes, where you'll, like, go to click on a show, and then in, like, the top left corner for, like, a brief minute, it'll be like, and for a brief minute I mean a couple of seconds, it'll be like, content warning, smoking, nudity, blah 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 blah, and I'm like, don't tell me, because it's like, I like it when I'm surprised, when it's like, oh, there is, like, a nude scene, or there's, like, a sex scene or something, and it, like, catches you off guard and could actually, like, I don't know, make you feel something more, rather than, like, pre-warning you about it. Like, I kind of think Dead Space is like a good example, because you can turn on content warnings for that game, but it's like, if you're someone like me, who, you know, if I'm being a dick, I would describe it as, like, not being a pussy, but, if I'm being actual as, somebody who is very desensitized to a lot of things, like, I don't mind a shock, I don't mind a little bit of horror, you know? Because, like, actually, there's a great video essay I watched, about, like, I don't know what game it was, but, I'll describe the game to you, and make your own judgments on it, if you will, but you might already know it. It's a game where you play as a little girl trapped in a basement, essentially. And it's based on, like, a real case by some, like, Australian, like, I even begrudge calling him a man, because he's a monster more than he is a man, who, like, kept his daughter in, like, this basement for practically her entire life, and abused her in many ways. But, like, the game is, like, obviously based on that, but then when the creator was asked about it, they were like, oh, it's based on this 2-sentence horror story on Reddit where somebody goes outside for the first time and they see the sun, and they're like, what's that really bright light that hurts my eyes? And, like, the horror of it is that they've never seen the sun before. And, like, it was a great video essay by actually a very small content creator. They only have 3,000 subs, at least the last time I checked. But it's like, let's see if I can find it. Subscriptions. Play It Essays. The title of the video I watched is My Eyes Deceive and the Misuse of Shock Value. A very good video, only 11 minutes long, so I highly recommend watching that over watching my so far 1 hour and 7 minute live stream of Control, of which I don't know how much a percentage of it is me actually playing Control versus me just talking over Control as I kind of just walk around in the background as Jesse, i.e. Courtney Hope. But like, it was a really good video essay, but it's like the whole premise of it is that like it's very it's weird to use like real life shit for your game, you know? Because it's like, that was something I was thinking about when playing, like, Chernobyl Light. Because, like, Chernobyl Light is essentially like a Fallout Stalker ripoff, where, because of, like, the Chernobyl incident back in whenever the fuck that happened, I don't know, I haven't watched the HBO TV show. It's pretty funny, huh? But yeah, it's, like, based off the Chernobyl incident, and, like, essentially, it's, like, if you want to see like my opinions about the game, you can go watch my really old videos. Those were some of the first videos I ever made on my channel. That was like the first Let's Play I ever did, was Chernobyl Light. But like, I don't know, you'll see this particularly in like my last episode, where it's like, it's so weird taking like a real tragedy that happened and killed people and affected real people in the real fucking world, and then like to use that for your stupid fucking video game. It's absurd to me. It is insane that you would like take something that is like genuinely tragic, and rather than like thoughtfully examining it or doing something interesting with it, you do something boring, rote, pathetic, and just like disrespectful with this idea, you know? Because it just, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. You can't make it work. And like, somebody that could make it work would obviously make it better. They would obviously do more with this concept and with this premise rather than what is actually done, you know? And I don't know, I think overall my main point with that is that when you take something that's like genuinely real and you use it for a video game, like, it sucks, you know? Like, Alan Wake 2 is a great game, and I love Alan Wake 2 because it takes something that's not real, but then you take it as real, you know? And that's what's so fucking interesting about it, is that it's like not just about the game, it's about like writing, creativity, creating art, and like what that entails and what that means, you know? Like, it's really interesting how it is like presented and how it is made and how it's like discussed within the text of the game itself. Like, it's so interesting, and it's able to be bold and like good without like coming at the cost of like propping up like actual victims, of like using them as props in your story to be like, oh man, this real tragic thing happened, but oh, let's care about some guy trying to find a mother. A game out, check out somebody who's a lot more thoughtful than I am, or check out my own videos if you particularly like hearing the sound of my voice. I haven't met anyone who does, besides me, of course, but, you know, maybe somebody's out there. Although, I will say, when I was playing Alan Wake 2, there was somebody who was like, I really like your accent. And as an American, that was like a weird thing to hear. Because, like, I expected this person to be not from America, but then they said they were from New York. And I was like, Huh, that's interesting because, like, both my mom and my stepdad are from New York. Like, they were both born there. My mom was born in Syracuse, and my stepdad was born in Buffalo. Well, I don't know if they were born there necessarily, but that's primarily where they grew up. And it's like, I don't know, it's very odd to me that, like, I don't know, because I always think of myself as not really necessarily having a New York accent, but like I could fit in New York, you know? Like if I go to New York, you're not going to be like, "Oh, look at this guy with a southern accent." Like the two states I've lived in are Florida and North Carolina, and I don't think I have, maybe I have a Florida accent. Maybe I do. I don't know. But like I certainly don't have like a North Carolina accent. But then again, I don't know. It's weird because it's like you don't perceive the people around you necessarily as having an accent, but yet nonetheless they do, you know? But it's like, I don't know necessarily what like an outside person perceives my accent as. Like, where do you think I sound like? Irregardless of like, oh, I know this guy's from Florida and NC. It's like both shit fucking terrible states. So it's like, have I picked up some like nuances and cadences from that? I don't know, because like that was like a weird thing I heard as a kid, was that I had like a slight Scottish accent, which like I can't do a Scottish accent. Like my stepbrother, who also lives in Florida, he actually works at Universal of all places. Fun little fact about him. But like I don't perceive him as having like a Florida accent or like anything, but like he can do like a funny Scottish accent, like Mike Myers, or you know, Scotty from Star Trek, or whatever. Like he can do like a funny Scottish accent, and like I can't do that. I don't know how to do like a Scottish accent, but because by proxy of my actual like biological father being Scottish, when I was younger, I maybe had like a slight hint of a Scottish accent, which I have then lost over time. I mean, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe you're from Scotland, or maybe you're like an outside observer. Let me know if I have a slight Scottish fucking accent when I talk, because I don't think I do, but that's just my own perception of it, because like you always perceive yourself as having like an accentless voice, unless of course somebody points out to you, hey, this is what your accent is. But it's like I have an American accent, you know? It's like I don't think anyone could like necessarily pinpoint down like what American accent I have. I tend to think of it as like I have an East Coast accent, if anything. But like, you know, I don't know, that is the interesting thing about America, is that like there's so many different people, so many different ways of talking, that like, you know, sometimes it's less about accents and more about how people talk. You know, like some people just talk the way they talk, and they say words the way they do. It's not necessarily like, oh, you have this accent. It's like, no, this is how you say a word, and this is how people perceive it, you know, rather than like what it necessarily actually is. I don't know, though. Anyway, let's continue playing Control. Continue watching this Jacob Geller video, because it is pretty good. It's 11 of the best games from a staggeringly good year of games. Which I wonder what his like number 11 game is, or like number 1 plus game is. I don't know, because he started off at number 10. And then has been working his way down, so I don't know what like the bonus like 11 best games of the year are. But he's talking about Nine Souls right now, which seems like it's really good.
Let's see what they have on Ordinary. It's all here. Our home, our school, the woods, the dump.
Stage 1. Ah, number 3 is Balatro. Hell yeah. And he's talking about how Balatro exists in the shadow of Slay the Spire, which I think is kind of true. But I don't know, for me, almost all roguelikes exist in the shadow of, like, FTL, and by proxy, Into the Breach. Like, I really like Into the Breach. I think Into the Breach is super fun. If you like roguelikes, or you're even like, I don't know about roguelikes, try Into the Breach. Just try it, you know? Like, maybe if there's a demo out there, or something you can do to, like, taste the game, for the love of anything, do it. I think it is worth it. Like, I actually play the game on my phone because I have a Netflix subscription that I get from my parents. So, like, Netflix has, like, the rights to Into the Breach. Also for Oxenfree, which I think is also a really good game. I like Oxenfree a lot. But yeah, anyway, sorry.
Outside town. Did they recreate that too? Is that where they keep it?
In the dump outside town, so not here. I'm really curious to read all of this, but until I come back, enjoy Prime Candidates.
After North Moore stepped down, I doubled every effort to find new prime candidates. There was no one. No one but me. That wasn't good enough. I pushed hard. I never wanted the Bureau to end up in that situation again. The Bureau needs a director. Always. When my time reaches an end, I want more options on the table. P1 through P5 were all false leads, dead ends, and disappointments. Then P6, Dylan Faden. He fell into our arms. No parents, they're gone, casualties of an AWE. The boy has exceptional talent. The oldest house will be his home. We'll build him from the ground up. He'll be trained and taken care of. Darling can be in charge of this project. I can't. I'll stay away. I will not fail the boy like I failed my own family. My daughter and my wife. We weren't careful enough back then. Something came home with me. I took work home. My Susanna got sick. When I realized my mistake, I wanted to bring her here for Darling to do what he could. Kate flat out refused. Civilian doctors treated our daughter, but they didn't have a clue. She died. Kate left me. Same old story. That was a long time ago. The Bureau is all I have now. And the prime candidates are our future. There are two, P6 and P7. We're spoiled for choice.
Heyo, what's up? I returned. I returned out of breath because I am whatever the opposite of athletic is. But, anyway, just wanted to say, really funny when, Jake Geller was talking about Balatro or
They say when
Balatro.
you visit your childhood home, everything feels small, like a miniature, not real. They got that right.
Ooh, you fucking tell him, Jesse. But yeah, his third game of the year is Balatro, or Balatro, however you wish to say it. And he talked about how he enjoyed watching streamers play the game. And he's like, well, I enjoy watching Northern Lion play it. And I'm like, yeah, I like Northern Lion a lot too. But it is interesting. I don't think I've watched a lot of Northern Lion play Balatro. And it's because I, almost, remained unspoiled with the game. Whereas, I had watched, a couple, maybe, episodes or, a few things of Northern Lion playing Balatro. But I didn't understand it. I did not understand Balatro until I played it. And I think that is, a lot of the times the best way to play games. It's I think you can go either way, because take something like The Last of Us Part 2, which is a game I really enjoy and I really like. But nonetheless, before I had even played the game, I had every single story beat spoiled for me. I knew exactly what was going to happen. I knew the ending. I knew a lot of the major beats. Maybe I didn't know every single minor detail within the game, but I knew almost everything of what happened in that game before I played it. And I end up playing the game, and I end up still loving it and enjoying it immensely, you know? So it's there is no right way and there is no wrong way to experience and to play a game. But, for me, with Balatro is a very, personal thing with me. I have a very personal relationship with Balatro. And, just like I have a personal relationship with every game, you know? There are some games I like in theory, but don't like in practice. There are some games I love in practice, but don't like in theory, you know? And I do find that to be interesting. Because, a game I've been considering maybe picking up and playing is Marvel Rivals. Because, initially I was like, man, everyone's playing this game, but, do people have money for a new game? And then I'm like, oh, the game's free. But then, a lot of people are, spending money on skins and doing all sorts of stuff. And I've really only seen gameplay of Jeff the Land Shark, who, of course, is adorable. But, it's I don't know how the game would be for me playing it. I don't know how I would feel playing that game. Because my favorite multiplayer game of all time is Rogue Company. You can go back and watch my old live streams of Rogue Company. I would recommend it. I'm probably a lot more sweary and a lot more vulgar, crass, rude, and pathetic than I am now. But I, of course, am still all those things now. Just maybe a little less so than when I was playing Rogue Company. But, I really love Rogue Company because Rogue Company was a game that I played and I had fun with. I had fun a lot of the time with it. And even when I didn't have fun, there was still the potential for fun. I still could have been having fun, and I could still take little moments and little victories. But, it's a lot of, me bitching about my teammates, bitching about the enemy team, complaining, whining, minging, moaning, however you want to describe it. But it's ultimately at the end of the day, I played the game because I found it to be fun, because I was good at it and I could win. You know, that's why I liked the game, ultimately. And, I don't know, it was fun. Because, I recently was going through, my most popular live streams. And, one of them that's maybe at, 100 or 200 views is, a Rogue Company live stream. And I, randomly scroll through it. And it was really funny watching myself play. And, being oh, yeah, that's kind of how I am, you know? It's like I don't turn into like an evil demon. I mean, sometimes I might, depending on how angry I get. But it's like I don't know. I never go into Rogue Company with the intention of like I'm gonna have a bad time. It's like I want to have a good time. Maybe I will. Maybe I won't. But yeah, anyway, the second game of the year for Jacob Geller is 1,000 Times Resist, which looks like a really good game. And I don't know if Jacob Geller mentioned it or somebody else I watched mentioned that game, but like I heard that game was good. And I was like, oh, maybe I'll play it. And then it's like, it's only on PC and I think Nintendo Switch of everything. Of all the consoles, it's on Nintendo Switch. So, yeah, if you have access to either of those, check out 1000x Resist or 1,000 Times Resist. However the actual title of it is said. Whew. Now that's good. Now that's a Christmas treat right there. Oh, I've been drinking like White Claw Supremes extras, White Claw Surges, that's what they're called, which are like 8% White Claws, and I fucking hate like all of them except for the lime flavor. White Claw Surge Lime is the shit, man. I don't know why the fuck they're like, oh, here's a blackberry one, and here's a cranberry one, and here's a blood orange one. Fuck that, White Claw! Give me all fucking lime. The lime one is good. Like, the lime one is the only one that doesn't taste like fucking alcohol. And when I drink something, I don't want it to be like, that's alcohol. I want to be like, ooh, that's nice, and it's got alcohol in it. You know? That's how I want to feel when I drink a alcoholic beverage, you know? I do not want to be thinking about the fact that I am consuming alcohol. I want to think about the fact that I'm like, oh, this is pretty good. This is nice. But yeah, man. But yeah, anyway, I will continue watching Jacob Geller's video on his top 11 games of the year on Nebula, because I happen to have a Nebula's subscription, which I had like a discount on. I had like a 55% discount on, and I'm not sure why. I don't know if I had that discount because it was just like something that was happening when I was like, okay, I'll get Nebula because I'm listening to the Something Rotten podcast and I want to listen to all the bonus episodes. But there was also like, also like the last time I had Nebula, which was for like a whole year, I had it because I had like auto renew on. And I was like, oh, fuck me. And so I, like, canceled the thing. And, like, the thing is like, why are you canceling your Nebula description? I'm like, I'm canceling it because you guys got me. I would have loved to have used a promo code or anything. I would have bought another year, no problem. But, like, I didn't realize auto-renew was on. And it got me. You guys got me. You fucking got me by getting me to, like, auto-renew it, and now I'm angry about it because I'm a broke bitch. And, I don't know, that's what got me my, like, 50% or 55% discount or whatever. Or if it was, like, completely unrelated. But, yeah. I enjoy Nebula for what it's worth. There are some great creators on there. FD Signifier, Big Joel, Jacob Geller, plenty of others who I probably know and am just forgetting, and like many others that you can discover. But yeah, man, I don't know, man. I really don't know about like anything. That's what I'm saying. I don't know anything about anything. Ugh. But yeah, I don't know. Going back to what I was talking about originally, I might try Marvel Rivals. I was essentially thinking about like titling this like Control Rivals or something along those lines, but then I was like, it's time for Control. That's what I feel in my heart of hearts. It is time I played Control, And then also, I want to get to the ashtray maze, because I remember liking the ashtray maze, but like, a lot of people love the ashtray maze. Like, that was actually something that I listened to when talking about the spoiler cast for the Something Rotten podcast with Jacob Geller, Blake Hester, and a guest. Again, I'm sorry to the guest. I don't remember what your name is. It's no slight against you. I just am bad with names. Because he actually contributed a lot and had a lot of interesting stuff to say. But like, I remember the ashtray maze, and like, I don't know. I remember enjoying it, but maybe I got stuck or I got confused at some point during it, and it ruined like the flow and the fun of it, you know? Where it's like, Alan Wake 2 has like the musical segment in it, and it's like, even if you like kind of quote unquote ruin it by like sticking around for too long, or you die too many times during the combat encounter, like, it's still like fair enough. It still feels fun in the way that it's like it feels okay, you know? Because if you hang out for too long in a certain area, you'll like notice the performers like Sam Lake. I'm not sure who plays Mr. Door, but that guy's a great actor. I really loved him. And then same thing for Alan Wake. I don't know who plays Alan Wake. I think it's Alexei something. I'm not too sure, but like when you would see like them and like the real life actors kind of like point to like the next part, or like the Poets of the Fall, i.e. the old guards of Asgard. Like, the old guards of Asgard, I think, are played by Poets of the Fall. So like you would like see them like eventually like start pointing like, go this way, you know? And like, it's like such a fun and such a cute thing to do. Like, it's a genuine like love of the game, of the song, of what they're doing, that it just feels so sincere, you know? But yeah, I'm discovering that something I really like a lot. I really like sincerity. Like, I think it's plenty fun. Because, like, the 2 TV shows I've been watching lately, I've been binging, that I really like, is, I already finished A Man on the Inside, but that's a Netflix original, and then I've been watching Ted Lasso, which is an Apple original, and I watched the whole first season in like one night, essentially. Like, I got done with the first season and it was like 2 a.m. You know, each episode is like 30 minutes, so it's like whatever 10 times 30 is, i.e. 5 hours. I sat there on my phone in my bed watching Ted Lasso for 5 hours, and then I got like 2 or 3 episodes into the second season, and then I was like, I am too tired to do anything else. I have to go to sleep. But yeah, I really like both of those TV shows, and I like them a lot because they are comedies, but they also have a lot of like sincerity and like nice emotions in them, you know, that I really like. Also, BT dubs, if you're like some asshat like me who will like watch like a lot of clips, because like I've been seeing like a lot of clips for American Dad. Like, if you watch a lot of clips and you're like, wow, I like a lot of these clips, stop watching clips, just watch the TV show. Like, watch the TV show in whatever means you have available to you, and I guarantee you that will be better than watching the clips, you know? Because it's like better to consume a story in its like fullness and in the cohesive way it is actually made than it is to like consume it in like the sporadic way that clips kind of lean themselves towards to. Because like I'm getting to like clips of season 2 of Ted Lasso, and I'm like, I've seen this in a fucking TikTok clip video where there's like a black bar in the middle of the screen that like makes it ever so slightly different so it can't get caught by copyright, you know? And it's like, I wish I hadn't watched that fucking video. I wish I had just watched the TV show. But yeah, Ted Lasso, pretty great. Not as good as Severance, but still pretty good. Probably my second favorite Apple TV show, because for the life of me, I could not name you any more Apple TV shows. There is Severance, and there is Ted Lasso, and I know no others. Maybe I've watched some, but I could not tell you which ones I've watched and what is a Apple TV exclusive. I'm on the edge of my seat for fucking Severance season 2. Once that comes out, ooh, I'm gonna be feasting. I am going to watch that in its entirety. Like, if they do the thing where it's like, oh, it's gonna come out every week, so that way you can, like, discuss it with fucking friends and family. I don't know, man. Like, that's great for people with a social life, but for me, somebody who has, like, nothing going on with their life ever at any point, I love me a binge. I love me a binge. Oh, there's nothing better than a binge, man. Like, truly, I enjoy nothing more than, like, sitting down and just full-on consuming something. And, like, I don't know, I think that's what I like about TV shows, because TV shows are typically designed in a way that is meant to be addictive, where, like, there is, like, a storyline, A plot, B plot, whatever that's going on, and then it, like, has, like, a nice end, and then you're like, oh, now I gotta know what happens next, you know? Because it's like, I think, like, Ted Lasso and like a couple of other shows do it well, where it's like, the story still continues, and you're curious to see how the story works out, but it's not necessarily done in a way that's like, oh man, I have to know what happens next because you've left me on such a cliffhanger, you know? Where it's like, I like when things can have, like, a good end, and then you can, like, have a bit of time, or, like, take, like, a moment to be like, okay, well, now I'm wondering what's gonna happen in the next episode. And yeah, I don't know, man. The other show I've been thinking about watching is Arcane, and then Dan to Dan, which I think are both Netflix shows. And I probably ought to watch them at some point, but I've just been kind of, like, avoiding them. Like, not because I think they're bad, but because, like, I love shit like Ted Lasso or Severance in the way that, like, the shows never make me feel bad. And if they do make me feel bad, they never make me feel bad in a way that I don't like, if that makes any sense. Because it's like, when you're consuming a good bit of media, it's like, it should make you go through a lot of different emotions. Like, you should feel bad, you should feel sad, you should feel mad. Like, you should feel a wide variety of emotions. You should also feel happy, you should feel excited, you feel surprised when it's like, oh my god, this is amazing. Like, when you get to the musical part of Alan Wake 2, you're like, oh my god, holy shit, this is, like, such a peak, this is such a high. Like, running through this and doing this, like, fun, crazy musical in the middle of this fucking horror game. Like, it's so good, it's so well executed and so done that, like, I think it will be talked about for, like, centuries to come. Like, people will just fucking talk about Alan Wake 2 and what it's done and how it's, like, influenced other bits of media to do similar things, to take the bold risks that it does. And, like, I think that is really great. But, like, I don't know, there's, like, some stuff, like, I'm a big manga reader. I like manga a lot. Like, it's a great thing. Manga, however you want to say it. I used to be a manga sayer, but then I was like, I think it's manga. I think manga is, like, the more accurate way to say it, so I've settled on manga, because I don't know, it's like, either way, it's like, I feel like an asshole. You feel like an asshole saying manga, and you feel like an asshole saying manga, so it's like, just say it however you want to say it, however you feel comfortable, and I feel more comfortable saying manga nowadays, but, you know, I enjoy a good manga, you know? Full Metal Alchemist, Death Note, like, a lot of, like, the classics you read as, like, a teenager that were really good, and on retrospect, maybe aren't as good. Code Geass, Code Geass, that was an anime I watched. I watched the anime of Code, but then you go back and watch it, and it's like, oh, there are slurs in this! Oh, yeah! I forgot about that! And, yeah, that's always the thing when you're watching something old, you know? So, like, me, I really like Rage Quit, Like Rage Quit, the Achievement Hunter / Rooster Teeth property done by Michael Jones. I still love Rage Quit to this day, but it is a bit of a shame when you click on a Rage Quit video and it's like, oh yeah, there's slurs in this one. Ooh, yeah. But like some of them are not. Like some of them, like I think the Impossible game and like a couple others, I'm like, oh, there's no slurs. It's just a man getting angry at a video game and swearing about it, and that's what I love. He's literally just like me for real. But yeah, it's like I don't know. That is always the interesting thing with like old property. But yeah, my overall point is that like I think Arcane and Dandadan are good shows, but but I fear they will make me feel bad in a way that I don't particularly enjoy. You know, like I like sympathizing and I like empathizing with a character, but I ultimately love to see that character overcome adversity, overcome trauma, and like grow and like be like the best versions of themselves they can be. And I'm not saying that's necessarily what happens in those shows, but like I don't know because I haven't seen them, but like I fear that they don't, that like I don't know. There was one manhwa series I really liked. I think it was titled The Lady and Her Butler, and I really liked it. But like every single fucking chapter ends with like like a big, huge cliffhanger that seems like it's gonna change the entire dynamic. And sometimes it does, and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it's like just like a way to keep you reading. And like I was like so happy when like the two characters finally got married. I'm like, oh good, it's over. And then it kept going. I'm like, no more fucking drama. I'm done with it. I just want to be happy, god damn it. Jesus Christ. Oh man. But yeah, I don't know, that's something I kind of like about Ted Lasso a lot. Is that Ted Lasso does have a little bit of like underlying like trauma and sadness associated with it built into the story. But like the whole thing with it is that you just fucking love Ted Lasso. Like he's such like a good guy and such a good character that like you love him and you love everyone else on the football team. You know, like it's just like you care about them and you want to see them grow and you want to see them become better and you want to see them do the best that they can. Like not because they want to win the game or anything, but of course they want to win the game. It's only human to want to win, but like you want to see them do everything they can in spite of the results, you know?
You mentioned a poem last time we talked. By Thomas Zane?
Yes.
Oh, look at that.
Beyond the shadow you settle for, there's a miracle illuminated.
I looked the poem up. Only I couldn't find any poet by that name. I did find a European filmmaker who moved here in the 60s, named Thomas Zane.
What? I don't...
No matter. It suits you very well. The poem. How you see things. Maybe you wrote it yourself?
I didn't.
No matter. You've said a few times that you feel like there's a piece of you missing. Can we talk about that?
Okay. Yeah, it's this... I feel an emptiness, a yearning for something that I think I lost.
It's natural for you to feel that way. Your brother and your parents are dead.
No, Dylan's not dead. And that's not even it.
You're referring to the imaginary friend from your childhood?
Polaris. She's come back. After a long time, she's calling me. In a dream I saw, she showed me things.
Jesse.
It felt more real than anything. As real as what happened in Ordinary.
The industrial accident in your hometown? That you believe Polaris caused?
No, it wasn't an accident. There was no industrial accident, and Polaris didn't cause it. She saved me and Dylan.
Jesse...
No! It was a cover-up. The government knows about it. There were agents there. Agents from... I don't know exactly, but they took Dylan. I'll find them. I won't stop looking. Polaris wants me to go to New York. There's a building there. I have to leave soon. I have to be there at a very specific time. Something hugely important is going to happen.
Jesse, you know we can't let you go until you're well. And that begins by understanding what's real and what's imagined.
God, I hate this fucking psychiatrist. Like, they are such a genuine prick to Jesse, you know? And it's like, I don't know if that's necessarily intentional or not. Whereas, like, I don't know if they actually believe what they're saying, where, like, they still live in, like, a sane, rational world, and they are simply denying the existence of the extraordinary. Kind of ironic, considering Jesse is from the town Ordinary, and something extraordinary happened there. But, like, I don't know, man. I feel like they have to be like some sinister entity that is trying to fuck with Jesse, because like otherwise I don't understand why they act in the way they do, why they don't listen to Jesse and like at least try to understand her perspective, because it's like, I don't know, I feel like as a therapist it's probably your job to like listen to what people have to say and then try to discern what is real from reality, and like try to interpret what they say and what they mean, and like try to fit that within reality and try to help them come to terms with that. And you don't do that by being like, oh, you're fucking being stupid, you're a fucking dumb little idiot who doesn't want to accept the reality and the facts. Like, that's not how you do therapy, asshole. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. You know, I'm sure you get that kind of treatment on BetterHelp, but it you know, it's not like it's like, I don't know. Do they work for the FBC, or are they like a free agent that was like contracted or even like sold their recordings of Jesse's therapy sessions to the FBC? I don't know. Also, it's criminal that this game doesn't allow for multiple save files. Because I almost wish I had gone through all the, like, documents I had before I restarted the game. But it's alright.
The whole landfill here in the middle of New York. And nobody saw a thing. Pretty unbelievable.
Yeah. Who's pretty? You? Sorry. I don't know. I will say that is something you do tend to kind of like see a lot, because like that was something I was sort of like curious about, is that this like, I presume dude VTuber who had like, I don't know, I don't want to call him out or anything, but he had like a aquatic animal as his VTuber, but he was going through like the various skins of like the Marvel Rivals character, and I couldn't help but notice that like when he got to the skin of Black Widow, i.e. Marvel Rivals Widowmaker, i.e. Laura Bailey, because that's who plays her, but like they did like a 180 360 spin around Black Widow, but then like for like Thor and Hulk and like a bunch of the male characters afterwards, they wouldn't turn the character fully around. Like, they were showing off the different skins of the characters, and I'm like, interesting how for, you know, the female character that is like showing off her ass, you turn that character all the way around to get like a full image of the character. You know, you want to see all the details about it, all the different colors, everything that's new, unique, and different about the skin. But then when you get to like the other skins for the male characters, suddenly you're not turning the character model around 180 degrees. All of a sudden you're like, yeah, I think maybe like 120 degrees is good. Like, I think me showing them from the front and from the side is good enough, and I don't have to show you the characters from behind, which, by the way, is the primary way that you will see these characters. Like, unless you are playing against the characters, you will, if you buy the skin, you will be seeing the character skin from the back. So it's like, you know, I don't want to call you out or anything. Like, I understand that, like, the Black Widow skin, I almost said Widowmaker there, but the Black Widow skin is kind of designed to be like, hey, look at this character's ass, awooga? And it's like, you know, I'll admit that, but it's like, I just find it a little weird that, like, immediately you're like, yeah, I don't need to turn this character all the way around when the character happens to be a guy. And it's like, I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with that, but I think I am comfortable in saying that it is, like, incredibly cringe. Like, I don't know, man. Is it really that hard to turn the character around 180 degrees to be like, hey, here's what the character looks like from the back, and therefore you can chalk it up to plausible deniability that's like, oh yeah, I just have to turn the female character around 180 degrees to look at them from behind. I'm just showing off the skin, man. Which, it's like, I don't know. I don't think that you necessarily have to hide what you're doing, but like, I think it is like, I don't know, I find it odd to be that bold face with it. To be like, just like, oh yeah, that's how it is. Like, have you no shame? Have you no thought, no consideration, no potentiality to consider how it appears to make you seem? Do you have no self-awareness? Can you not see yourself in the third person? You are quite literally live streaming yourself. You can look at yourself in the third person. Like, you have that ability. And yet, nonetheless, you do not take advantage of it. You do not use it for the benefit of yourself, for your content, for your brand, for the potentiality of making money, for anything, for the love of the game, for creating better content, for creating better art. Do you not care about that, or does it simply just not matter to you? Does it not cross your mind? Because what you do cannot even be considered art. You don't even consider it to be an expression of yourself, to be a representation of who you are and how you operate and how you exist. You know? Like, do you just not care about that, or do you not consider that when creating something, when doing something? Oh, man. Oh, alright, anyway. I'm going to try to actually win this encounter. A lot easier now that there's not a giant red orb with a lot of health that I have to kill. Never mind. I gotta go find the giant red orb that I have to kill. to be fair, it's a really hard area to be throwing these guys that can like teleport giant spikes down to you. Thank you. Or hey, the guys that can shoot rocks at you the same way I can launch stuff at enemies, but you know. They don't have more health than I do, but they have more numbers than I do, which is 1 versus what is it, like 10, 15? It's a lot of dudes. Which, hey, I don't mind a lot of dudes. Nothing wrong with a lot of dudes, am I right, fellas? And gals, ladies, and whoever else may be into that sort of thing. But, it is, like, I don't know, a little rude, I would say. And you don't even provide me any good cover. Is that the worst part? No, obviously the worst part is I keep dying and embarrassing myself during this section. That's the worst part. That's what really matters. That's also another reason why I don't want to play a multiplayer game. Is that, sure, I might be rude and mean and have, God forbid, a little bit of banter, a little bit of criticism for the man that's killing me with a sniper and not playing like a brave person, you know? not playing like a real boy. Not that it would matter. Listen, alright, I'm a shotgun Andy, I'm a shotgun a-hole. I like using a shotgun. But anyone that likes using a sniper, now that person is a villain. Despicable, disgusting, absolutely deplorable, unforgivable in their actions. But me, a guy who uses a shotgun? Ooh, now I'm just having fun. Buddy, I'm just playing in the way that I find to be enjoyable for me, which is one that leads me to success and victory, and something that directly counters that or prevents that success and victory. I don't like that. I wonder why that is. I guess we'll never know. Left up to mystery, something to debate, like the queerness of a historic individual, or, I don't know, fucking other facts.
They moved the whole landfill here in the middle of New York, and nobody saw a thing. Pretty unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, did you not see a thing, Jesse? Were you paying attention? Were you, like, dead by this point? I don't know what your deal is. Like, I've played this game before. I still couldn't tell you exactly what happened at Ordinary, because I haven't sat down and read the supplement documents that, like, explain to you what happened. I mean, I know all the adults died, and, like, Jesse and Dylan crossed the threshold, which... or maybe Polaris connected with them before the threshold? I notice how I'm doing this fight, which is part of the story, and like it doesn't have like an absurd amount of enemies that I have to fight for some reason in like an area that provides me little to no cover. Isn't that interesting how the only guy floating in the air is like a named entity and is the boss because he is remotely more difficult to deal with than the rest of the enemies that are here?
that lab.
This one? Oh, okay. There is something here.
Effective immediately. I'm setting up a new department. Dimensional research in the research sector. Transferring the slide projector there. That's where my focus will be now. The ordinary site remains as is. We'll be back to... I don't know when.
Darling took the projector to the research sector. He dedicated a whole area to it, so he knew it was important. Dimensional research. That's where we go next.
Oh, I'm back. Anyway, search for the slide projector in dimensional research. Sure. So I gotta go back to research. I can't move this anymore? Come on, you gotta let me move that. I wanna know what's in there. Is that the DLC? Is that the Dark Place Alan Wake DLC? Which, like, now upon having played Alan Wake, like, there's so many Easter eggs. Like, the fact that, like, this game literally teases Thomas Zane being, like, a filmmaker, like he is in Alan Wake 2. Where it's like, he wasn't actually a poet, he was a filmmaker, but then, like, I don't know, Alan Wake 2 is, like, pretty good and really interesting, but also leaves, like, a lot of questions from the first game that were unresolved and are still kind of unresolved. It's like, Alan Wake is Thomas Zane, but then, like, I don't know, is he? You know? Is like the old, like, again, I was thinking about this during Alan Wake 1, is like, is the plot twist with Alan Wake 1 is that, like, Alan Wake comes to this town and he sees, like, this box of books, or like a bunch of poems, more specifically made by Thomas Zane, and he's like, oh man, Thomas Zane, oh man, I know this guy. And then he, like, uses Thomas Zane in his story and like Thomas Zane was already a person, but by Alan Wake using Thomas Zane in his story, he creates almost a life of his own, becoming a Finnish filmmaker, right? This game's Finnish, right? Sam Lake Finnish? I'm pretty sure. Uh, but like, but yeah, anyway, sorry about the long pause there. I was going to continue by saying that, it's like the game. Like this game is made like almost in parallel with like Alan Wake 2, but if you don't know that, you don't really like notice it or pick up on it. Huh. So you go that way. Telling me I've been that way before. Let's give it a look in probability. I can maybe figure this out. Alright, so good luck, horseshoe up. You can let me in. So yeah, let's see. I assume light on is luck. Elephant, don't know. Cat, don't know. Four-leaf clover, good luck. Light bulb on, good luck. Horseshoe, don't know, but it's upside down, so the correct way is the horseshoe up. And the fish is good luck. Down, bad, up, good. Like, I don't know. What's the X thing? Lucky item manifest. So bronze koi fish attracts abundance and wealth. Feng shui. Horseshoe, Ireland. Wards off evil. Orientation important. Heals up, allows luck to be kept. Heals down, luck flows outward. Manaki Neko, Japan. Beckoning cat used in shops. Paw held up to beckon customers, creating luck for the business owner. Shamrock, rare plant variation, connected to druidic healing rituals. Elephant, China, protection, good luck, wisdom, feng shui. Documented gambling rituals indicate luck is produced when all lights in the room are turned on. Effects of items to be tested. Consider investigating the orientation of horseshoe. Also consider positioning of feng shui objects. Proximity of luck items may influence luck readings. For more information on ritual use, lucky actions to perform and avoid, and relevance to OCD behavior, see file 928/1617 or 72. Alright, so you gotta turn on all the... Alright, so bad luck. Hey, I know I'm at bad luck. Alright, so all the lamps are on. So now I have to go back here. Oh yeah, I don't know about the balls. Alright, so you take that. And you take the fish. So the fish, like, down here. There we go, square. I was like, what was the button that lets you drop something? Oh, look at that. What is this phone call going off? Oh, here we go. Wait, what? Why'd you stop? Now I'm unlucky again. What did I do? I had it. Okay, that's on. What am I missing? Oh, Astrobot is #1 apparently for Jacob Keller's list on Games of the Year. Sorry, I'm very surprised to see that. I don't know. I really have zero interest in playing Astrobot. Like, I really don't. I don't have any interest in playing it. As good as everybody says it is, I'm like, I don't care. And I don't know why. I think it's because I recently replayed Super Mario Odyssey, and I'm like, that's a good game. I don't need to play any more games like that game. So wait, hold on. Oh, okay. So you come here. Got 6. Alright, well hold on, let's figure something out. Did I get it or did I not get it? Okay. Oh, wait, no. Okay. I did not get it. Okay, so come in here, you turn that on. Okay. Okay, seems I have to turn all the lights on again. Okay, try again. That's a 5. Oh, is it 4-leaf clover that I'm missing? Yeah, okay. There we go. Took me a minute, but I got it. So I think I had everything right, and then I didn't step off the red carpet because that's what the diagram is telling you. don't stand on the red carpet and you'll be more lucky, which is kind of funny.
I've been feeling... questions recently regarding HRAs. What are they for? Do you always need to wear them? And what's the deal with the Hedron resonance anyway? Fuck. Despite what you may have heard, HRAs are not monitoring devices. We're not tracking your movements. We're listening to your conversations while you're wearing them. We do that regardless whether or not you're wearing an HRA. Think of them as a life preserver. Only instead of water, the thing HRAs protect you from is classified. One day that classified, not water, might pour in, and you'll be glad you got an HRA keeping you afloat. And if you don't have an HRA, don't worry. It'll be quick and painless. Kidding. I'm kidding. We're making more.
measure of security.
Oh, hey, it's the ashtray maze. This is like the best part of this game, by the way.
Broken. How many dead ends can this place have? We need to find Ahti.
I do not know what I'm missing. Do I have to go to maintenance? Oh, yeah, I think I have to go back to maintenance. Don't close that. Don't. Thank you. Just trying to get through.
Ranger buddies. I should find the others.
Huh.
There's no Ahti. Where is he?
Now this boy left, said the son of Annikki Tähti. My assistant will keep work in the glove and the house standing. Lomille lomps, holiday humps.
How can anyone even get out of here while the building's sealed? Let alone go on a holiday. Guess I'm about to find out.
Bah, I'm here. Sorry, I'm just confused because I watched Jacob Geller's top 10, i.e. top 11, 2024, and I'm trying to figure out what the 11th game is. And controller, I swear to God, do not start breaking on me, because I will throw you around the room again. I do not care. It will either make it worse or make it better, and either way it will be funny. Jesus. Alright, thank you. Appreciate that. Oh, thanks, game. I hadn't tried that. I should sprint around to try to avoid damage. Wow, thanks. That's a pro tip that nobody else would have thought of. Alright, I didn't enjoy that. That wasn't a fun one for me. That was a very sudden, very abrupt, very unnecessary end. Prematurely, if you will, if you'll allow. Before it could truly even begin, it was over. Is that the right way to do it? Is that the right way to be? Like, I didn't even have the chance to believe, to feel like I could have succeeded. It was over before it barely even had begun. Controller, please, I need you to not do that to me right now. Jesus H. Christ, this is not good. Holy heckarooski, why are you behind me? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Who designed this? Who approved this? Sam Lake, buddy. You can maybe write some interesting stuff, but you can't design a good game, can you? Alright, Bloody Ocean View Motel visit.
Alkaen lounaistuulta 3-8, ajoittain noin 10 metriä sekunnissa. Suomenlahden länsiosa, Pohjois-Itämeri, etelän ja lounaan välistä tuulta 5-12. Ajoittain noin 14 metriä sekunnissa. Yöllä iltapäivällä ja illalla.
Okay, I can't shoot you.
Yöstä alkaen tuulitie. Hyvä näkyvyys. Selkämeren pohjoisosa, merenkurkku. 6 metriä sekunnissa. Hyvä näkyvyys. Sää rannikkoasemilla tänään kello 11. Kotka rankki 16 astetta.
I'm sorry, did I not just pick up a set of keys?
Pokassään 17, Kaakko 3, melkein selkeä, yli 20. Russarö 18, Pilvistä, yli 20. Prisna 16, etelä 5, puolipilvistä, yli 20. Ultrö 18, etelä 3, melkein selkeää, yli 20. Nyham 17.
There we go. Ew. Oh god, I'm gonna die. For more reasons than one? Okay. Stop it with the stick drift nonsense game. But yeah, anyway, another great channel, Boy. Really just fantastic. Love those boy and boy. Both boys, great. 10 out of 10 boys. Hey, I'm here.
There's something up ahead. Do you see it?
Hey, girl. For a fin. Holidays holy.
Ahti?
Did you miss me? Did you have peace in your song? Yes. No. Bark don't make a wound. You did good. Take my cassette player. You can borrow it. The song is a present from my friends to you. It will get you through the maze so you can do your job.
Did that really just happen? Of course it did. He gave me his cassette player. It'll get me through the maze, huh? The janitor always has the keys.
Alright, okay, fair enough. I guess I do deserve that one, just a little bit. Oh, I gotta start over from the beginning? Jesus Christ, I have max health. My God. I died instantly. I didn't even expect a guy to be there. I was ready for all the guys, but then the game's like, oh, haha, just kidding with you. There's no more guys.
Take control. Take control.
Yeah, I think this is why I don't like the Ashtray Maze. Is it's kind of cool, the song's alright, but like ultimately it just, I don't know, it's boring. I mean, here's the thing, it's not boring, but upon dying once, the illusion is broken forever. I mean, it's nice that he's saying take control. That's the name of the game, get it? You are kidding me, man. You are kidding me. Holy heck. I don't know. Maybe I'm just stupid, but like, the Ashtray Mage sucks. I've died like 3 times. I should have died 0 times. I wish I was embarrassed, but I'm less embarrassed as much as I am annoyed that this is how the game plays and this is how the game is. Alright. I will be getting through this. I will be completing this section, this portion of the video game. But once I'm done with that, it's over for today. Just gonna call it quits. my god, I'm free.
That was awesome.
For one of us it was, I'm sure.
The expedition to Slidescape 36. What Darling brought back changed everything.
Yeah, you want me here. Finding the projector was how this all began. What started in Ordinary ends here. You, me, Dylan. We've all come full circle. There was a doorway here, to where Dylan and I went, where the projector took us, where we met you. The Bureau opened the same door here, but there's just an echo now. Are you close? Just on the other side? Projector's not here. Moved again. What did Darling do with it? I've got to find out.
To another dimension. Only one slide remains. Dylan's sister burned the rest in Ordinary before we could intercept. The text on it, color slide film, this side towards screen, and the number 36. The topography of Slidescape 36 bears deep wave marks. On the slide and in the distance, there's a formation of 5 pillars like crude, outstretched fingers. There were casualties on our first expedition. Communication is an issue. There is no sound there, as if you've gone deaf, and radios don't work. Correction, resonance from an unknown source in part within the range of audible frequency. It acts in unpredictable ways, causing feedback loops that can tear you apart. Trench insists he heard something else. It made his ears bleed. Our equipment found no evidence of anything beyond the primary resonance. Trench's medical tests show nothing amiss. The projected image from each slide is a physical portal into another dimension. Only one slide remains. Dylan's sister burned the rest in Ordinary before we could intercept. The text on it, color slide film, this side towards screen, and the number 36. The topography of Slidescape 36 bears deep wave marks. On the slide and in the distance, there's a formation of 5 pillars like crude, outstretched fingers. There were casualties on our first expedition. Communication is an issue. There is no sound there, as if you've gone deaf, and radios don't work. Correction, resonance from an unknown source in part within the range of audible frequency. It acts in unpredictable ways, causing feedback loops that can tear you apart. Trench insists he heard something else. It made his ears bleed. Our equipment found no evidence of anything beyond the primary resonance. Trench's medical tests show nothing amiss. projected image from each slide is a physical portal into another dimension. Only one slide remains. Dylan's sister burned the rest in ordinary before we could intercept. The text on it, color slide film, this side towards screen, and the number 36. The topography of slidescape 36 bears deep wave marks. On the slide and in the distance, there's a formation of 5 pillars like crude, outstretched fingers. There were casualties on our first expedition. Communication is an issue. There is no sound there, as if you've gone deaf, and radios don't work. Correction, resonance from an unknown source in part within the range of audible frequency. It acts in unpredictable ways, causing feedback loops that can tear you apart. Trench insists he heard something else. It made his ears bleed. Our equipment found no evidence of anything beyond the primary resonance. Trench's medical tests show nothing amiss. The projected image from each slide is a physical portal into another dimension. Only one slide remains. Dylan's sister burned the rest in ordinary before we could intercept. The text on it, color slide film, this side towards screen, and the number 36. The topography of slidescape 36 bears deep wave marks. On the slide and in the distance, there's a formation of 5 pillars like crude, outstretched fingers. There were casualties on our first expedition. Communication is an issue. There is no sound there, as if you've gone deaf, and radios don't work. Correction, resonance from an unknown source in part within the range of audible frequency. It acts in unpredictable ways, causing feedback loops that can tear you apart. Trench insists he heard something else. It made his ears bleed. Our equipment found no evidence of anything beyond the primary resonance. Trench's medical tests show nothing amiss. The projected image from each slide is a physical portal into another dimension. Only one slide remains. Dylan's sister burned the rest in ordinary before we could intercept. The text on it, color slide film, this side towards screen, and the number 36. The topography of slidescape 36 bears deep wave marks. On the slide and in the distance, there's a formation of 5 pillars like crude, outstretched fingers. There were casualties on our first expedition. Communication is an issue. There is no sound there, as if you've gone deaf, and radios don't work. Correction, resonance from an unknown source in part within the range of audible frequency. It acts in unpredictable ways, causing feedback loops that can tear you apart. Trench insists he heard something else. It made his ears bleed. Our equipment found no evidence of anything beyond the primary resonance. Trench's medical tests show nothing amiss. The projected image from each slide is a physical portal into another dimension. Only one slide remains. Dylan's sister burned the rest in ordinary before we could intercept. The text on it, color slide film, this side towards screen, and the number 36. The topography of slidescape 36 bears deep wave marks. On the slide and in the distance, there's a formation of 5 pillars like crude, outstretched fingers. There were casualties on our first expedition. Communication is an issue. There is no sound there, as if you've gone deaf, and radios don't work. Correction, resonance from an unknown source in part within the range of audible frequency. It acts in unpredictable ways, causing feedback loops that can tear you apart. Trench insists he heard something else. It made his ears bleed. Our equipment found no evidence of anything beyond the primary resonance. Trench's medical tests show nothing amiss. The projected image from each slide is a physical portal into another dimension. Only one slide remains. Dylan's sister burned the rest in ordinary before we could intercept. The text on it, color slide film, this side towards screen, and the number 36. The topography of slidescape 36 bears deep wave marks. On the slide and in the distance, there's a formation of 5 pillars like crude, outstretched fingers. There were casualties on our first expedition. Communication is an issue. There is no sound there, as if you've gone deaf, and radios don't work. Correction, resonance from an unknown source in part within the range of audible frequency. It acts in unpredictable ways, causing feedback loops that can tear you apart. Trench insists he heard something else. It made his ears bleed. Our equipment found no evidence of anything beyond the primary resonance. Trench's medical tests show nothing amiss. projected image from each slide is a physical portal into another dimension. Only one slide remains. Dylan's sister burned the rest in ordinary before we could intercept. The text on it, color slide film, this side towards screen, and the number 36. The topography of Slidescape 36 bears deep wave marks. On the slide and in the distance, there's a formation of 5 pillars like crude, outstretched fingers. The projected image from each slide is a physical portal into another dimension. The projected image from each slide is a physical portal into another dimension. Only one slide remains. Dylan's sister burned the rest in ordinary before we could intercept. The text on it, color slide film, this side towards screen, and the number 36. The topography of Slidescape 36 bears deep wave marks. On the slide and in the distance, there's a formation of 5 pillars like crude, outstretched fingers. There were casualties on our first expedition. Communication is an issue. There is no sound there, as if you've gone deaf. And radios don't work. Correction, resonance from an unknown source in part within the range of audible frequency. It acts in unpredictable ways, causing feedback loops that can tear you apart. Trench insists he heard something else. It made his ears bleed. Our equipment found no evidence of anything beyond the primary resonance. Trench's medical tests show nothing amiss. The projected image from each slide is a physical portal into another dimension. Only once. Expedition 3. We located the source of the resonance in Slidescape 36. It is an entity, a living organism of a considerable mass. I've named it Hedron based on its physical shape.
Hedron.
We built a
Was
container
that
for it.
you? Did he bring you here? Is that why you brought me here? You're here. You're here. They have you. I know you. I remember her from Ordinary. I thought I'd never see you again. Hang on, I'm coming.
And so am I, if you know what I mean.
I'm Dr. Casper Darling, and this is my final message. Dylan's a lost cause. I know I struggled to see this, but we contained him now. I wish I had sided with Marshall. Back when it's just one person. So many dead. I thought his youth was an asset. Just too much too soon. Effective immediately. I'm setting up a new department. Dimensional research in the research sector. Transferring the slide projector there. That's where my focus will be now. The Ordinary site remains as is. We'll be back to... I don't know when. I'm Dr. Casper Darling, and this is my final message. It's not the end. But after this, I won't. I exposed myself to Hedron resonance fully. It's changing me. I've seen. I've been shown so much. Slidescape 36 was where Hedron stopped the spread of another. It's terrifying. It really is. It's another source of resonance. Trench was exposed to this other. It will now spread. I've done everything I can to stop it. The Hedron resonance amplifiers. I don't know if it'll make a difference. I won't be here when it happens. I should have told him any more. I'm being sent one more lesson. Something wonderful, I think. It's not the end. But after this, I won't. I exposed myself to Hedron resonance fully. It's changing me.
Through here? You are coming through so strong. Darling used this HRA to lock the door. I have to rip it off to get in. Are you sure? Okay, I'll be there. Hang on. I made it.
The hole in your room is a hole in you. You gave it, we let you into the hole in you! You have always been here. The only child. A copy of a copy of a copy!
No. Why did you... This was a mistake.
Man, this game is fun, but I somehow am always doing the wrong thing. I'm always underpowered no matter what. I play this game, and it's like the game just absolutely annihilates me. Oh, on the bright side, I know exactly where to go now. On the downside, I have to do that entire boss starting from the beginning. Thankfully, I didn't have to do that with the ashtray maze. Surely I, a gamer guy, wouldn't have lost the astral... Sorry, I'm calling it the astral tray. It's the ashtray maze. Sorry about that. Anyway, I'm going to shut up now, because I don't think talking is going to necessarily improve me playing the game. How do I get up there, though? Okay, there we go. Start here, just go on up.
poster comes down and there's nothing there. It's just the cell. And death. I was wrong. There was never anything there. Hello? Polaris, are you there? Please. Give us so let me sleep. Please. I just want to sleep. Now let me sleep.
You are a worm through time. The thunder song distorts you. Happiness comes. White pearls reveal.
Oh, Trent was James McCaffrey? That's the Max Payne actor. Or flight manager. Baby, 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 yeah. What a great bit. Oh my god, this game is filled with so many great bits. Like having a fake out end credit scene where it's like Jesse gets taken over by the hits is so great.
Federal Bureau of Control, how may I help you?
I need those field reports typed up and in management's hands first thing tomorrow.
The Bureau's the best at what it does. Protecting everyday Americans from foreign threats.
Here's the new girl, standing around daydreaming, and she should be getting work done. Who the hell does she think she is? The director?
I'm sorry. I can fix it. I'll try harder. You're dismissed. Glad to be of assistance.
I've got nothing more for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
You forgot something.
Please give me a chance. I can do better. Let me know if you need anything else.
Fine. Now get out of here.
Thank you for giving me a chance.
You can't find good help these days.
I'm sorry, sir. Pick it up. Of course. I'm late. Anything for the Bureau. take care of it. Yes, sir. Nerve of this woman. Who does she think she is? I don't know.
Are you sure you are not lost? Maybe you can find yourself in the director's office.
Oh, great. I was just waiting for my mail. Just leave it on the desk there, please. Please, take the outgoing mail as well. Thank you. Very good.
What is happening? I don't like this. No, this isn't me. I'm not me. I can't. Why can't I feel you? Oh, I've forgotten something. I can't think. Oh, I'm lost. Oh, where are you? I can't feel anything. I don't want to be alone here. Where am I? What is this? I want it to end. Wake up, please. I want to go home.
You should keep trying. You are getting closer.
I need to go inside. I need to keep moving.
Go away. Don't bother me.
can't find good help these days.
It's on the desk.
It's on the desk.
Doesn't she know how dangerous the director is? He's unstable. Tear her apart.
We've been invaded. I must act. I have a plan. An answer. I'll take the slide projector to the nostalgia department. I'll turn it on. I'll bring the hiss in. I'll fix this. I can hear them plotting against me. We've been invaded, corrupted. I've lost Darling. He was the first to go. He's been exposed to Hedron's resonance. It controls him now. It controls everyone who wears the amplifier device. I ordered them not to use the damn things. They didn't listen. Hedron corrupted the Bureau. They'll never be people again. They're either dead or they're monsters. I'll stop them. I have a secret ally. The nostalgia department. I have my own slide for the projector. I took it. A memento. In ordinary. After the girl burned them. It's burnt, but it'll work. The hiss will save us all. I lost my train of thought. It's confused. Like, somebody, switching channels too fast. I see so much, but it's too fast. On the expedition through the slide, something got into my ear, and it hurt at first. But then it didn't. It started as a distant whisper, like something you hear in a dream, like a faraway voice calling you to wake up. I'd open my eyes with those words still on my lips. See, in the dream they had made perfect sense, but awake they're like a foreign language, already forgotten. Then the sense of loss hits. Like losing a child. Like losing yourself. You see, I was being taught a song, a poem, a prayer that would light up my world and make me break through, make all this pain worth it. Something once lost was found, and it made a home in me. A spring with, like, waves carving me, and making me see. And it grew until it filled me. And I receded deeper into myself. Into this office. Locked in this oldest house, which is aging body. I stared in awe through the people, and I was filled with knowledge and made better. I often feel like I'm being watched. Yeah, like there's someone watching me. They can see me, but I can't see them. I remember it was like this dream I had last night. See, there was this man, here, in this very room. And then, well, sometimes he was a plumber, unclogging the drain, and then, well, because there was a fish stuck there. Yeah, a big fish. But sometimes he was an old god, you see, and he had put the fish there in the first place to keep the waste. There was rising waste from leaking out, so he was he was conflicted, but he knew many things, but he was also sort of senile, like me. It was more like a riddle or an omen. It wasn't a very good one or an interesting one, but I get so confused so easily. It's so very hard to follow everything that's happening.
I won't let them win. That's how it happened. The Hiss got Trench first. He turned on the projector. He let them in. I have to remember the Hiss. The Hiss is the enemy. This is all inside my head. The Hiss burrowing in. I'm trapped in here. They're taking over. I'm done with this. Fuck this shit. I need to get to Trench's office. I will fight this. I will find a way to push them out.
Welcome back. I knew I chose a good assistant.
I need my gun.
The thoughts don't change you. Happiness comes. White pearls with yellow and red in the eye. Through a mirror in the earth and make it right. Leave your insides by the door. Push the fingers through the surface into the wet. You've always been. You are a worm through time. The thunder saw scorch you.
I know what I must do. Start at the beginning. I should have seen it earlier. This is my mess to clean up. My fight. No one else's. I am the director.
Hello, this is Dr. Casper Darling. I have a classified message for the director of the Federal Bureau of Control. I have sad news. Hedron is gone now, but it was not a source. It was a catalyst. Do you understand? You must go to my office, the Endgame. It will be revealed.
White pearls with yellow, red, and eye.
You can almost hear our words, but you forget. This happens more and more now. You gave us the permission, your regulations. You laid in the stairs.
You're gone. Dead. I can't feel you. I can't. This is what Dylan wanted all along. But there is something. I can feel it, but I don't know what. The motel is a place of power, of change, a place to pass through, connecting everything. This is a dream inside my head. Why shouldn't it take me anywhere I want to go? Really? This is so weird. But it is my head.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but it is
Such
sweet.
a weirdo, Jesse.
Oh man, I love that about you, Jesse. You are quite quirked up, and we love that here. But also, that's like the best part about the game. Fuck the ashtray maze. Fuck the gameplay. Screw everything and anything else. That's the best part of the game. Just him breaking in the song Dynamite, like calling out specifically Jesse. That's so funny. Anyway, let's skedaddle.
Grow brighter around one constant. They revolve. Hedron is dead, but you're alive here in me. Maybe Hedron put you in our heads when we met her. Maybe you were always there, and she was just trying to teach me how to trigger you. Maybe I'll never understand. Maybe I don't need to. Trench was the first to be corrupted by the hiss. Slowly, over the years. His need for control only made it worse. It was Trench who took the projector to the nostalgia department. He opened the door to the hiss. Just like that. With Hedron dead, the hiss tried to corrupt me too. But I'm stronger than them. We're stronger. They're waiting. They'll try to stop us.
My sister had this dream. A bad dream. And the whole was dreaming with her.
Dylan?
She convinced herself that she was awake. She's always been stubborn. I knew I had to end her dream. I had to wake her up. I had to rip down the poster she'd been staring at. Cut off her eyelids to make her see. To save her.
You are worth your time. The thunder song destroys you. Happiness comes, white pearl, with yellow and red in the eye.
I know he's still there somewhere. Locked inside. I know, because that's how it was for me.
home. You remind us of home. You've taken your boss, you!
Dylan's in a coma. I don't know if there's anything of him left in there. If he'll ever find his way back. The portal's been closed, but the hiss is still in the oldest house. And the lockdown can't be lifted as long as any trace of it remains. I'm working on a solution with my management team, but there is still a long road ahead. I'm the director of the Federal Bureau of Control. We're in this together. You and I. Shawshank Redemption. That's the name of the movie I was thinking of earlier. Not important, but that was it.
Oh man, what a great bit. You beat the game and she's like, oh yeah, Shawshank Redemption. That movie, that very famous movie. That's what I was thinking about in the beginning of the game when I was talking about a poster.
Oceanview Motel. Could survivors be hiding inside?
It's possible. I remember a report about a similar incident from a year before. The Bureau lost contact with a whole department during a house shift. The department head was found in the motel 2 years later, his arm stuck in the vending machine.
Make a note to send in a search party when possible. Jesse, good to see you. We've got Dylan situated in his containment cell like you asked. I've got medical staff running tests as we speak, and I'd be happy to walk you through the details later. Other than that, what's next?
With the slide projector turned off, the hiss are shut out, but we're stuck with the ones already here. We can't lift the lockdown until they're all eradicated. If any hiss ever got out, that would be the end of everything.
Well, eliminating them all will take time. Look, I'll do what I can on my end, but my research is progressing slower than I'd like.
I think I can help with that. I am making you the head of research, effective immediately. I want you to use everything the Bureau has, every resource, every confidential scrap of data, and find a way to keep the hiss out for good.
That's... really? I mean, yes, I can certainly... Yes! Yes, I accept.
You'll do great. Besides, I didn't really have anyone else lined up.
I'm honored, Jesse, really. Thank you. If the slide projector provides a slide through conventional doorways, then which is the object of power, the slide or the slide projector? Or is the distinction itself a fallacy? Do you remember Mr. Tomasi, the head of communications? The hiss he was changed into showed up in containment, near the turntable.
I'll take care of it. That thing's not getting away this time.
I've heard reports about his particular use of language and intonation when repeating the hiss babbling. The biological and behavioral distinctions between different hiss-corrupted individuals is truly fascinating. I wonder if I could categorize the data.
And she's already off on her own thing.
How do you feel about me taking over as director?
You act like it just happened. You've been director since we first met, remember? I'm still thrilled. Nothing's changed. Not for me. But the Bureau has changed. Trench and Darling are gone. Their knowledge, anything not written down, disappeared with them. They knew the Bureau better than anyone.
They're the Bureau's past, Emily. We won't operate like they did. We'll learn from their mistakes. We'll be better than they ever were.
We won't ever be like them.
When the hiss got into my head, I saw some weird things. I think Darling even spoke to me. Does that make any sense to you?
Empirically, no, but phantom voices as well as hallucinatory states are not uncommon here. And considering the forces that Dr. Darling was working with, he could have been transferred to a different plane of consciousness, physically or otherwise.
And that doesn't upset you?
Oh, very. The fact that he hid those forces from me, it's infuriating. But Darling's dream was always to look beyond our reality. This time he may have taken a step too far, but as long as his consciousness can perceive his...
Maybe Darling was just trying to protect you from the darker side of his work.
Fuck that. I'm not a child. Like, don't just assume I'm going to consider something morally repugnant.
Which it all was.
Which it all was, of course.
How was Dylan?
The same. I can't detect any his activity, but his physiology has certainly been altered by it. And I can't tell if his brain activity is genuine or simply the aftermath of the hiss, like spasms. Dylan could wake up tomorrow for all I know. I really can't say.
Then I just have to wait for him. That's fair. He waited a long time for me.
Don't worry. We'll be monitoring him round the clock. If he wakes up, we'll be ready. I don't mean that in a hostile way, just... well, you know.
I hear you. My brother isn't exactly popular around here.
I hope one day he'll have the chance to change that.
So, there was a moment after Hedron died that I couldn't feel my powers. The hiss got into my head. Just for a moment.
So that explains the HRA outage. Before we knew what was happening, the hiss had us. They were in my head. I saw terrible things. I mean, I was about to go under forever when the hiss was pushed back. The HRAs had come back on. Dylan vanished afterwards, and we fought off the hiss that came after him. So if Hedron's death knocked out the HRAs, that means there must be a new local source for them to relay, which I'm guessing must be...
me.
You. Hedron is dead, assuming that word even applies to a resonant-based life form. But whatever it awakened in you, the power you call Polaris, is still active. Or at least, that's what my instruments are telling me.
I don't think we're ever gonna understand all of this. And I'm okay with that. I'm just glad you're here with me.
That's good to know. Thanks, Emily. I found Dylan attacking the astral plane and the board. What was he hoping to accomplish?
Huh. Since they arrived, Hiss have been corrupting objects of power, which have an inherent link to the astral plane. Maybe their goal was to access the astral plane and the board itself.
That still doesn't tell us why.
His motives are a difficult thing to work out, but I have been digging through confidential files and noticed a strange gap in knowledge regarding the board. Looks like any data on them has either been deleted or was never gathered in the first place.
Then maybe it's time someone looked into that.
Maybe it is.
Well, I've got a bureau to run. See you soon.
Yes, ma'am, Director Faden.
Please, Emily. Not even as a joke.
Who moved my waveform of the hiss recording?
We gotta be methodical. Clean out every last hiss with one thorough sweep, room by room. There's a big shift that even one behind our line. Fuck, this place is a pain in the ass sometimes. Man, I never thought I'd be working in the executive sector. Look at me now, Ma.
So, what's next for Simon Arish?
Well, first off, I'm banning all slide projectors. That's it. Seriously, though, we need to review our protocols. Research should not be making decisions that endanger the entire Bureau. Fuck it. The entire fucking world without some serious oversight.
I think Pope would agree. Certain people in the Bureau have been working in the shadows for too long.
And I'd like to make these HRAs part of the mandatory Bureau uniform. They're not stylish, but better safe than sorry.
I don't think anyone will complain. Not after this. What are your thoughts on me serving as director?
Well, I couldn't be more excited. I mean, look, don't get me wrong, Trench was fine, but... well, you pulled us back from the brink, so... well, I'm honored to serve, ma'am. I mean, fuck, shit. Faden. Sorry.
He'll get it one day. So, what's the situation in my bureau, Arish?
The situation is we are still up to our eyes in hiss. Not to mention the months of repairs it's gonna take just to get this place up and running again.
But is it doable?
Of course it is. You just might need to tell some rangers to grab a wrench once they're done hunting hiss.
Did anyone ever mention to you that Darling was using the slide projector?
Well, Salvador never did, but I doubt he even knew. Look, I'm well aware that it's our job to study and contain the things that we don't understand, but some of the things that Darling did were way outside of our mission statement. Look, these things are not toys, and acting like they are is only ever gonna end one way. At least Pope seems to understand that.
Well, it's secure now. No one can reach it without my say-so.
But thank Christ for that.
Marshall's been missing for a while now. Any ideas where she could be?
The last time I saw her was in maintenance when I was leading the Rangers out of the Atlas. Yeah, I told her it wasn't safe, but she said she had to go check on something.
Did you ask where she was going?
Whew. Marshall is not the kind of person you question. Kind of intimidating, you know? But, she was by herself, if that helps at all.
Not really, but thanks. Hopefully she turns up. I'll see you later.
You know where I'll be. finding the armory?
None. Looks like it got shifted. We have rangers checking your stuff.
Director Faden did a fine job handling this, especially
Jesse Faden, Director of the Federal Bureau of Control. I still don't quite believe it. But you always knew where we were headed. Even if it was a dream, I feel Darling reached out to me through the hotline. I have a feeling he and Trench won't be the only callers from the beyond. Problem in the Foundation. That was Ahti's vacation spot. We need to check this out. Quiet. Trans-dimensional. This place really suits Ahti. So that itching is the door. Okay, let's try opening it. No time for sightseeing. The board said this was an emergency. Looks like no one's been down here in a while. pretty. Emily would be having a field day down here.
My life's been a strange one. Certainly stranger than I'd like. But this place, it's something else. The floors crawl, the walls slither. It's a shifting pit. On the street, it's just another drab building standing there for anyone to see. But no one does. How do we miss it? Northmore. Acting director in Northmore now is on a train from Washington. He'll expect answers, which is why I'm making these tapes. They're evidence that I'm at least trying to understand. Father searched his entire life for something like this, and we find it 1 week after he's buried. He always hated irony. Of course, Father, the great director, Ash, would have been the first man in. And look at me, his bookworm son, the supposed head of research who can't stop his legs from shaking long enough to step over the threshold.
Foundation. Bottom of the oldest town. Stop the hiss.
Marshall? How is she on the hotline? Unless she's dead. Jesus. She seemed like the kind of woman who could survive anything.
astral plane is cutting into our dimension. What if this happens in the upper floors? It'll destroy the Bureau. I wish I'd brought Emily with me. I could really use my head of research right about now.
Marshall? Marshall! You're alive! Wait! It's Jesse! The director!
Whoa. This place is huge.
Marshall? Can you hear me?
She was on the hotline, so that person couldn't have been Marshall, right? One problem at a time. Let's see what's going on with that pillar first.
It's been 5 days since we first entered the building. Traversing the interior is dangerous due to the shifting, but we did manage to find a lower cavern that seems structurally predictable, which is a scientific way of saying its walls won't crush us in our sleep. Northmore even made a discovery. A pistol placed on a stone pedestal in front of that strange ebony pillar. Seems like something out of a storybook, except the heroes usually find swords, not handguns. But it is the perfect lure for someone like him. Hours after finding this weapon, Northmore cornered me to spout some nonsense about how the board had made him the director. He ranted about the title being meaningless before now, calling Father and all other previous directors shams, frauds, and worse. I think this place is worse for Northmore than it is for me. Strangest thing? There was no pedestal in front of that pillar a day ago. This building has swallowed a dozen of my men, and now it's handing out presents? Is it playing some sort of game? If it is, we're most certainly losing. Oh, we don't even know the rules.
So I can only choose one? I thought I was done with these tests. Okay, let's review. This broken pillar is called the Nail. It was broken by something, and now the astral plane is bleeding into the Foundation, which will destroy the oldest house, the Bureau, and everyone inside. I need to find 4 locks, or keys, or whatever, to stop that from happening. But I'm the director. I've handled worse. This should be simple-ish. You with me?
She's ready.
I'm here, aren't I? I saved the Bureau once, and I'll do it again. I'm in the astral plane. Oh, this bleed is just getting worse and worse.
the cave sand. Looks like the astral bleed goes both ways. Hiss in the astral plane? That didn't go so well last time.
If you notice a window, immediately close your eyes and make your way to the nearest clothing. Any resulting lapse in dress code will be excused. Thank you for your attention.
Day plus 86. There's been a change. Hercules and Mabel. I mean, id numbers 3 and 11 attacked my staff today. 2 fatalities. 3 if you count Mabel. She was always so kind. As a result, we are abandoning the Foundation. Northmore gave the order to transfer our resources to the upper floors. Now that my control points allow us to safely come and go from the New York streets, did I forget to include that fact in my previous logs? I've been so busy using the arrays I made. Control points have been established throughout the oldest house. Excuse me if I don't sound excited, it's just... A few months ago, I would have been overjoyed to leave the Foundation. Now I realize I've grown fond of it. There's something deep in the stone here, deeper than that watching presence. Something warm. I feel it needing me. I won't go. I'll refuse. Northmore won't be happy, but so be it. I'm starting to see him for what he is. An impotent storm. Father Shane in a cheap suit.
jerk. How are you gonna go and kill me like that? You can't tell, but I'm holding my middle finger up. Fun little fact about me. Just thought you ought to know, in case you were wondering. Hey, is this guy flipping off the game because it's a piece of shit? Yeah, I am. Sorry, I don't know. Make a game that doesn't make me want to flip it off if you don't want me to flip off the game. Like, full offense, like, the game is actually really good, but, like, it's either designed by people who just don't care, or people, like, who don't get it. Like, you don't get what makes your game good, and you don't know how to make it good consistently with, like, quote-unquote enemy encounters, you know? Like, combat arenas, like, the fact that they just sort of happen whenever, wherever, however, with however many dudes, like, it kind of sucks. Okay. No, awesome. I love how one of my main attacks just decided not to work today. Kind of reminds me of my internet.
Like the one I used to get in here. Is this the lock/key the board told me about? Just doing my job. First one down. Director Faden's got this covered.
Jesse, hey!
Emily, how did she get down here?
Don't be a stranger.
What are you doing down here, Emily?
What do you mean? You called me down, remember?
I'm pretty sure I didn't.
No, that's right. You didn't. But then, I remember you needing me to come here. I mean, you even told me how to get in. Let's just chalk it up to synchronicity so we can get to work.
She takes everything in stride.
The board called me down here to deal with the situation. The astral plane is
colliding with our world. I know. Isn't it fascinating? I never even considered that the astral plane could be a physical volume expanding beyond its dimensional container. The bleed is localized to this area, but its growth rate seems steady. Given time, it will consume the entire Bureau, and possibly beyond.
That's what I'm here to stop. The board told me to fix the nail over there by dismantling 4 locks in the astral plane. Funny, I think it's put itself back together a bit.
So that could be due to the law of inverse exchange. For every associated component you remove, this nail reconstructs. Or possibly some variation of anti-sympathy. Don't worry, I'll look into it. Did you notice all the Bureau infrastructure? It looks like there was a research team stationed down here at some point. Do you think Darling knew about this?
I'd put money on it. That reminds me, have you seen Marshall? She contacted me over the hotline, but then I saw her walking around.
I haven't seen her. The hotline only connects to extraplanar entities. Or dead people. But Marshall's proved time and time again that she's a survivor.
That's exactly what I thought.
Anyway, I've been looking into the minerals growing down here. Have you noticed how they insist on maintaining a certain form? Maybe some sort of a state memory, or they consciously prefer a certain shape?
I think we're on a clock here, Emily. I need to stop the astral bleeding before it brings the oldest house down. See what you can find out from the nail in the meantime. And send out some rangers to look for Marshall. She may be in trouble.
Will do, Jesse. If you see anything interesting, remember to take detailed notes. All the tests I run on the nail keep coming back as nonsense, and a couple of my instruments have already broken.
Maybe we should take that as a sign to pack it in?
I didn't take you for a quitter, Dr. Saba. There's a reason I packed a black rock-plated microscope. The Rangers have tapped into an old radio network they found around the Foundation. So if you need backup, just call them at one of the stations.
How did the Hiss get into the Foundation?
Same way we did, I imagine. But you need to remember that the Hiss are the embodiment of persistence. Their nature seems to be one of force, to find every possible vulnerability and exploit it. Their only goal is consumption.
I'm sure there's plenty of goodies for them down here. The nail, for instance.
If the Hiss could corrupt the nail, I'm sure they would have by now. It must not interest them in its broken state. They could be distracted by the numerous unknown paranatural materials I'm sure are lying around. These are the roots of the oldest house. The Hiss will find plenty of ways to make trouble.
They're pretty good at that. So you've never heard of the Foundation, huh?
I've never even seen the name referenced. Clearly it's highly classified, but for what reason? The problem with these kinds of closed-off hidden areas is that they were likely sealed for good reason. But now no one is left to tell us what that reason was.
Any guesses why the Bureau would hide something like this?
I only know what I've observed. This place is spatially rigid, which means it doesn't shift like the rest of the oldest house. And before you ask why that is, I have to admit that I'm clueless. There's some signal interfering with my equipment, making it hard to get a clear reading. It's being emitted from the floor. Maybe I should have brought a jackhammer.
The astral plane is already taking chunks out of this place, Emily. Let's not add to it. So let me get this straight. The astral plane is bleeding into the Foundation.
Correct.
And that's happening because the nail is damaged.
I'd say it's a bit more than damaged, but yes, that is my understanding.
So, what's the connection between the nail and the astral plane?
It's a good question. See, I always pictured objects of power as strings between our plane and the astral. If the nail has a similar relationship, then maybe it's more accurate to think of it like plumbing. Now that the nail is busted, sewage is gushing everywhere.
Not the prettiest metaphor.
I should get back out there.
Agreed. The astral bleed won't stop itself. Give us a call on the radios if you need help out there, Director.
reflection trapped in the darkness of the coffee I nurse. The rain turns the lights of the city into a mosaic on the windows. The day's paper lists all the things wrong in the world. The list grows longer by the day. The difference between the morning and the night: coffee, whiskey, no other difference. The alarm goes off at 5 a.m. It feels like I just closed my eyes. It's dark. I sit up on the bed in the gloom. I get up, I shower. The driver waits for me downstairs, takes me to the oldest house. An old man stares at me in the car window. It's raining. It's dark. Late at night, he brings me back here. It's not a home, it's a room where I sleep in, waking up just as tired as I was before going to bed. Endless grind. We used the slide projector. I led the expeditions into Slidescape 36. They told me not to go. The director should not put himself in danger. I told them to fuck off. I've seen action before, and I had to witness this myself. To find some meaning in all of this, I couldn't sit on my ass, alone with my thoughts, my memories. Anything but that. Those who survived were deeply affected by what we found there, by what Darling brought back. It changed everything. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing remains to be seen. But I did find my meaning in that desert. A sound, like a needle drilling in, cutting through the containment suit, reverberating in the base of my skull. My whole being. Darling said it was nothing. But he was wrong. It's been there ever since, growing into a certainty, into an understanding of what's at stake here, what kind of a threat we're facing, and what must be done to stop it.
I've served under 2 directors. 3 now, I suppose. Trench and I worked our way up together. We made it through the tough cases, the bad days, the casualties. He was the epitome of a good agent. Smart, decisive, selfless. And he picked up that damn gun. Becoming director is a formal process overseen by the board. Lots of ritual and mystery. After that, key staff provide detailed briefs on all classified matters, past and present. But with Faden, well, there's no protocol for field promotion. The girl's smart, has a good head on her shoulders, trusting her to handle the hiss upstairs, while I hold them off here. All this shit with the nail, the board, I'm not sure she's ready. Besides, I work better alone. I only heard of the Foundation when I became head of operations. The very bottom of the oldest house. Director access only. Just the name alone is classified. Zachariah gave me a tour the day I was promoted. Said I should see it for myself, to understand. After that, I snuck down on my own from time to time to keep tabs on the place. And on them. But nothing ever changed down there. Not even the walls. It's solid, permanent, different from the rest of the house. Of course, they were always watching me. I never stayed long. I'm not stupid. I have to stop the hiss from finding this place. I'm the only one who can.
my life in a strange one. Worst I've ever seen is take the nail. End of the world.
So I can't let the hiss take the nail. Not a problem. I know how to handle them.
Send a ranger to my location.
We're in this together!
Alright, I did die there because I was low on health, but also I died because the game confused me.
Gibson, male, age 28, returned from the astral plane approximately 13 minutes ago. This was his 21st time. Patient is experiencing migraine-like pain, pressure behind the eyes, and partial blindness. He has no recollection of his time in the astral plane and appears severely disoriented. Preliminary examination reveals no immediate cause, so we will be sending the patient for x-rays and... What the fuck is that thing? Scully burst right out of him. Call Black! Get Marshall!
At least some of them behave. Good little buddies.
All this paranatural power contained in one place is a risk. Makes me wonder what other dangers are locked away inside the Bureau.
The exact process of how an altered item is born eludes us. We find them in the aftermath of altered world events. They take the form of everyday objects, ever present in our lives, constantly evoked in the thoughts of millions of people, now infused with unpredictable energies. They're altered. The superstitious would call them cursed. Now, are altered items sentient? Not quite. They're often fixated, programmed almost to cause certain events to happen over and over again. While generally less potent than objects of power, they are not able to be controlled. Left unchecked, they can be highly dangerous. To study altered items, we contain them in Panopticon.
TV! Let's watch Junkies in Space!
It's not safe!
But Star Captain Eagle! Can I poke it with a stick?
Okay. Bureau rule number 74. Always be suspicious of things that weren't there before.
What?
Looks safe to me.
Junkies in Space!
Wait! It's not even plugged in!
told you I could do it.
We never expected anyone to imply doubt in your abilities, sir.
Are you guys robots? Seriously, do we have robots here now?
We are perfectly human, sir.
When are we gonna drop this whole robot act?
When it stops being funny? Now shut up, he'll hear you.
Okay. I was like, are you guys doing a bit? They are doing a bit. Look at these guys doing a silly bit.
This is the director. I need backup at my location.
Make way for the director! Let's do this!
Director Faden here. I need a ranger dispatched to my position.
Put him down!
Another etching.
Are you there? Okay, what the hell is going on? Wait, I'm back here? Wasn't my idea. Blame the eyeball. Cormer. Yeah, we've had our differences. But it is giving me something you won't. I don't like you deciding what I can't have. I'm getting pretty tired of being jerked around the astral plane. If you're listening, I want some answers. Hi there. It was nice of you to give me something the board wouldn't. What are you getting out of it? So I'm just supposed to believe you're a particularly charitable, whatever you are? Hungry? I mean, yeah, actually, I'd love a sandwich or something. That's not what you meant, was it? Are you part of the board? Or used to be? Okay, so you split because the board blamed you for... Gotta be easier to play charades. Do I need to rescue someone? I don't know what I expected. Listen, this has been great, but I have to go. Thanks for your help, and, stay out of trouble.
What was Former trying to tell me about the board? Should I trust either of them?
Hey, try not to launch me, Director. Yeah, I'm just kidding.
If it isn't my favorite director. The Rangers found a section of the containment sector in the caves, but no house shifts occur down here. Strange.
I should get back out there.
Agreed. The astral bleed won't stop itself.
It's an honor, Director.
Director Faden here. Send backup to my location.
Put him down!
Is this a Bureau ID badge? Looks so old. Hope will definitely want to see this. Weird place to leave an ID card, but okay.
Days now spent inside what we're calling the Oasis House. I'm not sleeping well. There are orders. Even my research team acknowledged that I don't have examination back. I basically live like the old people have it research problem. Entry day plus 51. Northmore has ordered an all-hands service weapon. Claims there are more in the house. Can't see how he's so certain.
Who should I be listening to? Weird Entity A or B? Or neither? Let's just stay the course for now. The Bureau's in danger. We know we need to repair the nail. The astral plane won't break reality on my watch. Another ID card. For a cartographer. Another one of those ID cards. Security chief.
Man, I remember having difficulty with this part last time I did it, but I cannot for the life of me remember how you actually get, like, down to the lowest level. Do you have to talk to Pope? Because I don't know. Game hasn't really given me any more tips. Complete the ritual. Okay. I'd love to. How do I do that? Matt? What do you... Matt, you'll figure it out. If you don't, you're a stupid little idiot. Okay, Control. Okay, I guess I am. I can't hack it. Can't figure it out. Hold on. I will say, purely out of curiosity. Alright. Now I'm too curious. Okay, now I remember this bit. There we go. Okay, I think I got two. I'll get them all eventually. Or I won't. So you have to get them all at once. So the final one is facing that way. I'm gonna want, like, just grip. That's the last one. I will never figure this out. What does that do, and what's that for? Ugh. I'm just gonna call it here because I'm tired.